The Champions Showdown here in St. Louis brings some of the best players in the world for fast-paced battles. Round 1 started with the Bulgarian Veselin Topalov risking it all against Fabiano Caruana. The gamble paid off and Veselin took the first win in the event. In round 2, the excitement was in the All-American match as Fabiano Caruana obtained a winning position against Hikaru Nakamura. But with mere seconds left on the clock for both players, they blundered and the game ended in a draw. Veselin keeps his lead as round 3 is coming up next.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Champions Showdown Day 2. It's a beautiful day here in the Central West End and we are all excited to see what these players are going to bring to the table. In Day 1, Fabiano was a bit unlucky. He lost a great game by Topalov in first round and drew a completely winning position against Nakamura in the second round. Will he have better luck today? We shall see. Back to you, Tania, Alejandro and Yasser.
Hello and welcome to Day 2 of the Champions Showdown here in St. Louis. We've got with us former world champions Viswanathan Anand and Veselin Topalov and US champions Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana trying to show their domination over each other in classical rapid and blitz. I'm International Master Tania Sachdev with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Delighted again, Tanya. We're looking forward to a great day.
Absolutely, Yasser. And yesterday, what a start we had.
Oh, incredible. Veselin sacrificing a pawn and a piece shocked us all, and it paid off. What a gamble.
Absolutely. And Yasser, if you had to pick one move of the day or moment of the day, what would that have been for you?
Well, I can't think of the moment or a move, but what was really amazing to me was the tenacity, the resourcefulness that Hikaru showed in his game with Fabi. His back was against the wall. We had been saying for a long, long time, oh, Fabi's winning, Fabi's winning, Fabi's winning, draw. That was an incredible save for me.
Totally, and after an incredible Day 1, let's take a look at our standings. We've already got a tournament leader with us, Veselin Topalov at 1.5, followed by Vishy and Hikaru, who are both on 1 point, and Fabiano Caruana, who had quite an unlucky start yesterday. He was not winning, but if he would have found the right defenses against Topalov, close to winning in round 1, and even the second game, he was completely crushing Hikaru Nakamura, but he was not able to convert that, and he's on 0.5 point, so we're going to watch out if he's able to turn around his luck. Let's take a look at our schedule for the tournament. We've got the classical chess today and tomorrow, that's 11th and 12th of November, followed by rapid chess on Sunday, November 13th, and then we've got the blitz on the 14th of November. Let's also take a look at the format of the gameplay. So we've got the classical chess. Now remember, it's not classical like how we know it. It's game in 60 minutes, that's in 1 hour, with a 5-second delay. There is no increment at all. The rapid chess is game in 15 minutes with a 5-second delay, and blitz is going to be game in 3 minutes with a 2-second delay. Yeah, so the delay is a very, very interesting concept, and yesterday whenever we had the players in our studio, they're not very used to it, and it was quite a decisive point for them in all the games, in fact.
Absolutely. Delay versus what they're really used to, which is the increment. We've chose the delay for this event specifically so that the players don't get into time trouble and then suddenly by playing a series of very quick moves, they're out of time trouble. So the delay is really for the spectators, and it's something the players are going to get used to and adjust to. And we'll see that happening more as the tournament progresses.
Definitely a lot of turnarounds at the last moment with the clock ticking down because of the delay. The players are getting used to it, but it's taking a while. Let's hear it from Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez, who's got his insights.
What a day we had yesterday, just full of ups and downs. Definitely the luckless Fabiano for me is the story of the day, as he could easily have had 2 points. Instead, he is at the very bottom with only 0.5 point. Veselin Topalov, definitely a gambler in that first game. And as you mentioned, Yasser, Hikaru Nakamura, what defensive resources he had. Even in the game against Fabiano, completely lost position. He said, I'm going to trick you, I'm going to proof that it's not so easy to beat me. Your clock is running down, and that's really what he was gunning for. He was able to achieve a draw in what was a completely hopeless situation. Now let's take a look at the pairings for today as we get started here in round 3. Vishy Anand will be white against Fabiano Caruana, a matchup that has classically been favorable for Fabiano, but let's remember, this is a time control that Fabi has clearly not gotten used to. He's still struggling with the delay, and especially his time management was very, very bad yesterday in both games, falling to mere seconds against Hikaru, where he should have retained at least some time. Vishy Anand with 1 point will try to find his first win of the tournament. In the second game, we have Hikaru Nakamura with the white pieces playing against the leader, Veselin Topalov. It's Hikaru's first white of the tournament, and I'm sure that he wants to even up his overall classical chess score against Veselin Topalov, which currently favors him after their last draw that they had at the Sinquefield Cup here in earlier this year.
And that's our tournament hall with Hikaru Nakamura walking in, one of our first players. Just like yesterday, he was the first to arrive at the hall yesterday as well. It would be interesting to see what he brings to the board today, because I feel like in round 1, both the games did not bring a Hikaru-esque position for him. You know, he likes to be active, but in both the games he was on the back foot. So it's going to be interesting to watch. He did defend like a complete monster, and,
yes,
and you were not able to break through that defense. But it's going to be interesting to watch if he's able to get the kind of positions he loves playing, especially with this time control.
Exactly, and it's always nice when you have the white pieces, as you can dictate the course of the game. Again, yesterday, give Fabi a lot of credit, because his preparation in this game against Nakamura was outstanding. And there you see Fabiano.
Yeah, that's Fabiano Caruana shaking hands with his opponent Vishy Anand. It's going to be very interesting to watch Fabi today, who's obviously going to try to make a comeback from a slightly unlucky day, I would call. Topalov, first game, required precise defense, and it was close to winning if he would have found the right defenses. Against Hikaru as well, he was completely crushing him throughout, and he wasn't able to convert. And that's Veselin Topalov, who's actually had a really, really good start at the tournament. 1.5, our tournament leader already with white pieces. But today is a bit of a tough day for him, because both his games are with black.
Exactly. In this quadrangular format, and the picking of the lots, you have some situations where you have players having back-to-back whites, and as we saw yesterday, for example, with Veselin, and now the number he drew will give him 3 blacks in a row, and he'll play black in both games today.
So that's going to be interesting to watch how he changes his gameplay, or if we're going to see more extremely creative, crazy chess from him. I'm looking forward to that.
Exactly. With Topalov, he really is one of the most dynamic players on the tour. He enjoys a challenge, especially one in sharp positions. He's not the slow maneuvering type. That's not his temperament. He wants complicated, dynamic play. And guess what? He's got an opponent who will deliver it to him.
Wants the same, actually.
Exactly.
So we know that's not going to be a dull one at all.
That's not a dull one. Now, with Vishy, what Vishy is going to try to achieve in the opening is basically what he did against Hikaru yesterday. He wants a control game, a slow positional game. He doesn't want to fall into any of his opponent's vaunted opening preparation, and he would like to see a lot of maneuvering. For Fabiano, much depends on the opening choice made by Vishy. Vishy can play e4 or d4. In the first day, Vishy favored e4.
Yes, we're going to see what he starts with, and it is quite interesting, the delay bit, because yesterday almost all of them at some point or the other had to face the problem of not having an increment on the clock.
Yes.
And the delay, how it works is, Yasser, that they've got this countdown of 5 seconds on the clock. So it goes down and then your time starts ticking. So by the time they have a look at that 5 second and turn back to the board, it's already gone almost.
Yes.
And your clock is already ticking. So actually, it requires a lot of time management from the beginning. And it was funny because we were talking to Vishy at some point, and he said that when he was reading about the format of the tournament,
yes.
And he saw it was a 5 second delay, he thought it was a typo.
Right. He's so used to the increment.
He had no idea what was a 5 second delay, because it's the first time that he's playing with a delay himself.
Exactly.
But then when Tony explained it to him, he
realized it wasn't a typo.
It wasn't just a typo, unfortunately.
And one thing I just wanted to bring up, Obviously, it's a golden age in chess here in the United States. Here we got our showdown in St. Louis, but just up the road in New York City, there is Game 1 of the World Chess Championship match about to start. In fact, they'll start at the same time as ourselves, between world champion Magnus Carlsen and his challenger Sergei Karyakin.
Absolutely, very exciting. A tough choice for players to make, and which is why for our viewers to make, which is why I'm very happy to tell you that we're going to be having live updates for you coming on the World Championships throughout our show as well. And we've got our game on.
Yes, in Hikaru's game, slight surprise. Hikaru can play everything: C4, D4, E4. He's totally ambidextrous, and he's the only player that I've seen keeping a score sheet. He's probably doing that for some very specific reasons. He's used to keeping a score, and in case of the 3-move repetitions and so forth, he wants a score. And we're seeing a Nimzo Indian with Queen C2, classical Nimzo Indian, very popular way of playing by Capablanca. Kappa like Queen C2, and Veselin went for the D5 line.
Yeah, the players aren't forced in this tournament to keep score.
No, they're not.
Because the time control is quite different, and they don't have to, but it is true that we've only seen Hikaru doing it. It would be interesting to ask why, but as far as I know, that it is, if you have to claim a draw or you want to claim a repetition of sorts, you've got to prove it with your score sheet. But we're going to confirm in that and give that information to our viewers soon.
Very good. With Queen C2, D5, main line moves also include castles, A3, takes. We've seen some very sharp lines with B5 as well as B6. And Veselin went for a solid system with D5. C takes D5, E takes D5, and very quickly, I believe, Bishop G5 was placed on the board. This is all very standard stuff. When I played this line against Michael Tal, Nixic, he played against me H6. I ended up against Michael Tal just simply trading 2 pairs of minor pieces with Misha. He wanted to take the pieces off the board, but that was not Hikaru's choice. He dropped back with his bishop H4, the sharper line, and let me just get an update of the game. Come back. So after bishop H4, C5, very quickly played D takes C5. So we're clearly still in the preparation of the players.
Right.
And
also very interesting to note, Yasser, that like we were talking about how dynamic these two players are and their styles of play and how they always go for blood on the board. Their personal scores are actually quite even. I mean, it's in Topalov's favor, 4-5.
Right.
So Hikaru has won 4 times and Topalov has won 5 times with 7 draws.
With only 7 draws,
And
that's a high.
That's
decisive.
really interesting, because if you look at all the other players, their number of draws are always more than their total number of the games that have a decisive result. In this case, we've had a lot more decisive results than the number of draws they've had.
Which is a reflection on how
On
these
the style
players,
of play.
how these players play. And look at this, right away, obviously, there's Veselin Topalov going for the sharpest line. And let me just turn this over to Alejandro and ask him, what's the latest and greatest in theory in this very sharp Nimzo line?
Well, guys, definitely one of the sharper lines here
Yes.
in this variation of the Nimzo India. After D takes C5, just remember, he went G5 immediately, correct? In this position? Let me just refresh my board real quick.
Yes.
Yeah, G5, 94, and bit quick E3. Right. So we have G5, 90 here, 94, and E3, which has been obviously seen quite often. Queen A5 is definitely the main line here. Now, the interesting part about this position specifically is that it's very sharp, and you would expect a lot of games to finish in decisive results. But a lot of them actually end up just resulting in draws with a lot of trades. The main line here, Queen A5, is what I expect Topalov to play in this position. He decided to play Bishop F5, actually, which I am not familiar with this move at all.
Bishop.
I do know Queen A5 as the main line of this position. Bishop F5. The computer's already hating this move. Let me see if this has been played before. It has been played 3 times, as opposed to 250 Queen A5s.
Right.
So that seems a little unusual. I'm not sure if I have the... Yeah, the position seems correct to me.
The computer says that white is just winning here. And I'm not surprised. I mean, if I take on b8, does this not win a piece?
Well, there is bishop takes c3 check.
Bishop takes c3 check. Now let's point out, if you take on b8, it's simple tactics, queen a4 check, attacks the king and the bishop. The reason I eliminated the knight on b8 is that now you don't have knight c6, which would also defend the bishop on b4. So instead of that, after bishop takes, you're compelled to take on here on c3, but after pawn takes, I think that if you recapture, I have f3, which is not something I seem to see how you defend against.
Knight g3?
Knight g3 should fail to queen a4, yes.
Bishop d7?
Bishop d7, queen d4.
Ooh, queen
Very
d4.
nice.
And that should pick up either the rook or the knight. You can't really afford to take on h1.
No.
Okay.
Very nice.
This maneuver to d4 seems to be completely winning after f3. And the same thing happens on knight d6. I believe that here, again, queen a4 check. It doesn't matter how you defend against the check. For example, bishop d7. Again, queen d4 now attacks the rook on h8. And again, there's a pawn attacking the knight on d6.
Alejandro, that makes me feel that after f3, yeah, I mean, I only have knight d6 or knight g3 to defend that bishop on f5, where, I mean, it's almost like a forced line. But Topalov did play it really fast, so there is some preparation here.
Right. Oh boy.
I mean,
may have
Tanya,
mixed up.
if you say so, I'll believe you. But after pawn takes c3, I'm not really finding anything.
Maybe after bishop b8, can I take knight takes c3?
Let's
Queen f5.
Try that out. Knight takes c3 here. Queen takes f5
Queen
is
f5.
absolutely forced.
Move
Now we
my
have to
knight.
find some kind of discovery with this knight
So
because
knight e4.
Knight e4 check.
let's really quickly point out that if you take here on b8 with the queen covering e5, pretty much every move wins. I mean, even a3 is just a completely dominating position for white. He's currently up a pawn. You have to go to a5. There's no choice. And after simply b4, it seems like black's position is collapsing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? This
Correct.
sounds
Yes.
pretty easy to me. If
So
you
knight
move-
e4?
Knight e4 check, king e2.
And I take on b8 with the... I'll have to take with the queen,
You have
huh?
to take with the queen, because if you take with the rook, I have this really nasty
Queen
check
e5.
on e5, attacking the rook. The king has to go to d7. We don't have to calculate how horrible that is. Simply, queen takes b8 is forced. But again, if I take on d5, it seems that I'm up currently 2 pawns. And I have so many threats here. The king on e2 is completely safe for the time being. Yes, it's awkward with the pieces not coming out and everything, but 2 pawns are 2 pawns. The king on e8 actually feels really, really unsafe.
Yeah.
This is completely losing.
Ouch.
Bishop takes b8 seems winning.
This could be a finger failure of preparation by Veselin.
Yeah, I don't really seem to find anything that even gives a
I
remote
find
chance.
that very hard to believe, especially after seeing what he came up with yesterday.
I know.
Well, it doesn't seem surprising to me because that it's losing, because in a position that's been reached, let's see, 200, almost 300 times in top Grandmaster games, and we're looking at Carlsen. Topalov himself has played this position twice with black. Yu Yang Yi, everybody that's played
So we
this
do have
variation
the
plays
move.
queen
In fact,
a5.
Hikaru did go for bishop b8.
As you predicted.
Yeah, bishop b8 seems to just refute this bishop f5 move.
And now
I
suddenly
think that
Topalov is not making a move immediately.
I think
Right.
Topalov just
Blundered.
blundered. Yeah, he just played the wrong move order.
Yes. And you were about to say, Alejandro, queen a5, queen
yeah.
a5 instead of bishop f5. Amongst the top grandmasters in the world, that is by far their choice.
Tried and tested, even by Topalov himself.
Yeah, the court comes off, and he suddenly looks like he's realized that he's done something absolutely terrible on the board, and now he has to find a way to keep the game going. And it's not an easy task. He looks like he's also in a bit of a shock at what has just happened.
It's happened.
That is the what have I done look right there.
But I don't think there's. I can say this again. It's certainly there's no grandmaster in the world who doesn't know that feeling.
Yeah, it's
certain
happened to
moment,
everyone.
Everybody has made,
At some point
a
or the
gross
other.
opening blunder, and we saw it, by the way, in Leuven, I believe it was, where
Yeah,
world
he's shaking
champion,
his head.
world champion Magnus Carlsen lost a piece in under 12 moves against Hikaru Nakamura and lost the game.
Yeah.
And and everybody was shocked. So
And in the same tournament, remember that Vishy Anand blundered a piece against Fabiano Caruana. And
Yes.
easily, it was like move 8 or 9.
exactly. And that's
So
what we're
was
seeing.
this was blitz or rapid, right?
That's right.
So I mean, this is, oh God, he looks absolutely in distress right now. He can't believe what has happened.
Distraught. I mean, as he realizes he just played the wrong sequence.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, Queen A5.
Oh my God.
I believe Queen A5, Knight E2, or Bishop D3, followed by Bishop F5.
Then Bishop F5 is definitely the main line. You
Right.
first play the Queen to A5. It changes everything dramatically because, of course, once the Knight is on E2, there are less spots for the King to go to after the check.
No,
So
also a bishop on b4 is defended. There's no queen a4 check after
there's also no
that.
Queen A4 check. It just changes everything.
Yes, and this is going back to the World Championship match between Nigel Short and Garry Kasparov. I believe it was Garry who was playing the white side of this Queen C2 Nimzo line against Nigel, and they got some very sharp lines. But Queen A5 has been the tried and tested. And
It's painful to look at Topalov right now.
Bishop
He's-
F5, Bishop takes B8, and the real thing is the oops-a-daisy. It's clear that if you recapture right away, that Queen A4 check is picking up the bishop. The bad news is that after any recapture, after first capturing on C3, the real bad news is the line that Alejandro has been showing, that after F3, Black's minor pieces are in a tangle, twisted up, and one of them is dropping off the board thanks to this whole Queen A4 check, Queen D4 idea. What did they say, Tanya? Advancing on the flank with moves like G5.
Gotta be very, very
Sometimes
careful.
you get punished by this double attack. The rook on H8 is hanging, and that's all she wrote. This is really a dramatic start of round 3 for our tournament leader, and it looks like Hikaru's just being gifted a point. And let's just take a quick look as we commiserate
board,
with Veselin Topalov. What has been going on between Vishy and Fabi? We have E4 and, whoa, is this, what do they call this, the Pelican Sicilian? Or
As far as I know, at least from where I'm from, we call it the Kalashnikov Sicilian.
Or the Sveshnikov, yeah?
No,
well,
the
the
Sveshnikov
Sveshnikov is
With
with
the
knight
knight
F6,
F6, knight
and
C3, yeah.
Right.
So you call this the Kalashnikov.
Yes.
I thought of it as the Pelican. Anyway, so knight B5, and the idea of knight B5 is pretty straightforward. You want to nestle in on the D6 square with a check. So that was prevented by D6. But now you set up the bind, the Maruxi bind, with pawns on C4 and E4, Bishop E7. And the subtlety here with this move, Bishop E7, is basically Black is waiting for White to first occupy the C3 square with a B1 knight before giving the knight on B5 the boot. And there you see it, A6, and now the knight on A3 is out of the game and needs a few tempi to return into action. Bishop D5.
They often employ the knight c2, knight e3 ideas. I'm not here, but
Exactly. I'm just wondering why Vishy didn't go for that right away. I think that in a lot of cases, the knight on A3 does have a benefit of actually keeping this pawn C4 very, very well protected. Castles. And these two players seem very happy to follow the dictates of theory so far.
well, no one's made a blunder in this one.
No
so
one's
far,
made a
so
blunder.
No reason to complain.
And let us have a look at what a blunder does look like.
It looks exactly like that.
There you have it, a former
That's
world
pain.
champion just realizing the
That is
pain.
pain.
Yeah. Do you have that in the barbaric Northwest, we call it the howler, when you make a move that's so bad that after the game you thank your opponent very nicely, you sign the score sheet, you go outside the chess club
And you scream
out loud.
your lungs out.
So much so that the next county can hear your cries of anguish, and that's the howler. That was a howler, Bishop F5.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's going to do exactly that. Just do you think he's going to play on? Are we going to see him trying to play on, or?
We saw Magnus resign
I mean-
very, very shortly. I mean, just for pride's sake, I would play a few moves. I don't want to lose
So
in
if we say that
5.
Topalov is going to play on, what is his best way forward to maintain anything here? I mean, I'm just trying to see what kind of a game we can continue with here. He's just lost a piece in 11 moves.
Exactly. Okay. Yeah. Okay. If I was
Guys, I'm going to tell you how hopeless the
I
situation
would have
is.
played Queen A5.
Queen A5, well, let's just go back into this game.
Yeah.
Computer says Queen A5, all these kind of moves, they lose very easily. Actually, computer, you're not going to believe it.
Okay.
What's the castle?
Oh,
It just gives up the entire piece, says, well, I lost a piece, I might as well finish my development. It doesn't find any compensation of any sort. Of course, here the bishop retreats to the important square e5, where it can maintain the defense of the knight on c3. And the computer's saying, okay, maybe I can harass the bishop with queen e7. And there's still a couple of technical problems. For example, the move bishop d4, which I would love to make. Now, suddenly, after knight takes c3, perhaps black can dream of something. Castle is a very difficult move to play. The guy just took a knight on b8 and you just completely ignored. That didn't happen. Topalov decided to go for this knight takes c3 line, which I think that from a practical point of view, human, you think this is the most dangerous. At least you're going to put the king in danger. But after queen takes f5, we've already analyzed that knight a4, knight e4, it doesn't matter. The king goes to e2, and there's just simply no threats here for the Bulgarian player. He won't end up down a piece, I think. Perhaps after queen takes b8, queen takes d5, he can somehow still save the knight, although I'm not entirely sure how, as there's still a queen d4 forking the bishop and the rook.
so knight f6 leads to queen d4.
Same thing, queen d4, now instead of forking the rook, it just forks the bishop and the knight. Yeah, guys, I think it's done. I think he'll be resigning very soon.
Wow.
Yeah, Topalov has thrown off all my grand plans of what I would do if he made another brilliancy like queen g3 and h4 yesterday, and this is not looking good. And you just look at him and you know that he's quite unhappy and destroyed on the inside right now.
Absolutely. And
Because it's not even a position, Yasser, where you can find like some compensation, you know? It's an outright blunder. I mean, yesterday we saw a lot of games where pieces were sacrificed, and maybe not for enough compensation, but the game was still far from over.
Oh, absolutely.
This doesn't seem like one of those positions.
And it's not. And it's really unfortunate because emotionally what's going through Veselin's mind is his anguish with himself.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, he's blaming himself, and it's sort of like, did I fall out of bed?
Himself, the world, everyone right now.
Well, yes, and let us just catch up on the current position. So after the move bishop takes b8, the computer recommendation was for castles. I was looking at queen a5 as a move. Knight takes c3 was Veselin's choice. Queen takes f5. Again, this very, very nasty threat of queen e5 check was answered by a check, and castles, I believe. Has castles been played? No. So we're now up to date with the play. And again, this move queen e5 is just a killer.
So after knight into c3, the line that we were checking earlier, I'm just trying to see if there's anything. So queen f5. And we saw if we take on b8, queen b8.
Right away, yes.
a3 and b4, that position that we were seeing, is it absolutely hopeless? Or is it the only thing that he can do which doesn't lose immediately? I'm wondering.
Well, I mean,
in a certain sense,
in a certain sense, it's probably the best way of saving material.
For a couple more minutes of the game.
And I'm just wondering, I'm not even sure that the move b4 right away, I might just start with a move like knight f3, so that when you go knight e4 check, then I'll play b4. But this looks like white is just, first of all, material ahead, and he's ready to play bishop d3, and the queen on f5 is brilliantly placed.
So we do have a move on the board.
Yes. What do we have after queen f5? Queen takes b8?
Yeah.
Yes.
No,
So,
knight e4 check?
No, he played knight c3.
no, just a second. Okay, so this is, he played knight e4 check first,
Right.
Yeah.
followed by king e2, followed by queen takes b8.
So queen d5 is what we were looking at.
And that's on the board as well.
I think after queen takes d5, you can definitely resign. You're losing a piece no matter where the knight goes. It's a completely full piece, and you have zero compensation. There is no way to create a threat. There's no way to create any kind of disturbance in white's position. That's it. This is the game.
This is game over.
Queen takes d5, which we have on the board right now. That's it. You have to resign. There is nothing to do in this position.
Yeah.
The king on e2 is your only compensation, and as you can see, there's a queen on b8. The rooks are not coordinated. The bishop's a dark-squared bishop. There is no way to create any sort of pressure. It's done.
Right.
Yeah, this must hurt a lot. But you know, you've got another round to play, and maybe it does make sense that instead of trying to push this further, because I just don't see anything for black here. I mean, it really hurts to even see, and we've got that. Yeah, he resigned, and I think what he's telling him is that he just completely,
of course,
messed up in the opening and got confused because he just did that action with his hand, and he can't believe it himself.
Well, we'll have to call this one the gift.
Yeah,
This was the gift. Have you done that, Tanya? Have you gifted your opponent a point like this in your
I'm sure
career?
I must have done it at some point, but
not recently.
yeah, I probably blocked it out and I have no memory of it, but I'm
Very
sure
good.
I've done it.
Wow.
Yeah, it does look like a gift, like a prize for not being in New York right now.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna
exactly.
gift you this point.
I'm going to gift you.
Yeah, this is the pain and the agony that you go through. You can see it on the face. You can feel it.
Yes.
And no matter what level you're at, and no matter how strong you are as a player, sometimes chess just breaks you.
Yes. I remember I was so excited. I was playing an upcoming game against Anatoly Karpov, then world champion. And I made this really, really deep preparation in the mainline Nimzo, where I grab the world champion's pawn, and then I try to hang on and neutralize his initiative. And it was a very long, complex line of like 25 moves. And just somewhere around move 16, I just inverted the wrong move. And I had all of this preparation, and I came, and I go, oh my God, what did I do? I mean, I just played the wrong move, and it gives him a very easy draw instead of going through this complicated line. And I just felt like such an idiot. I mean, I didn't lose the game, which was at least nice enough, but still not to, all this preparation. You came.
For others, yeah, and then
I just blew it.
Yeah, and you can't
It's
even
the
really
worst feeling.
explain it, I mean, it's like you play really fast. I think that's what happened because he was blitzing out these moves in the beginning. And you make these hand moves, and then suddenly you realize that you missed out or messed up the move order.
Exactly.
And it's too late to do anything about it, especially in a situation like this.
Yes, and in this particular case, there was no compensation. It's just a very, very bad blunder, and that's how it goes.
Right, we're going to be joined by Hikaru shortly, but until then, let's take a look at
Fabi's
our
game?
other board.
Yes. So we left it basically around these parts. The players have been playing rather quickly, theoretically. So from White's point of view, he's kind of happy. He's got his Maruxi buying position. He's planning on just bringing his rooks, centralizing his rooks on d1 and c1, and one day occupying the d5 square. So it's kind of up to Black to do something and not just suffer a squeeze. Fabi played the move knight d7, which is a kind of a prelude to maybe grabbing some dark squares on the queen side with knight c5, but more so preparation for f7, f5. But how did Bobby Fischer say it? To get squares, you got to give them. And after a move like f5, you're giving White a lot of squares as well.
Right. We're going to be keeping an eye. We're going to come back to this game right away, but we've got our first guest in the studio with us, with Alejandro.
Well, we're here with Hikaru Nakamura, who has just been gifted a point, basically, by Veselin Topalov. Tell us a little bit about what happened here.
Yeah, I mean, I think I played a line Veselin wasn't expecting, and he just confused a move order. I mean, Black does want to play bishop f5 like he did in the game, but you're supposed to throw in queen a5, knight g2, and then bishop f5, and then it all works. It all makes sense. But the way he did it, unfortunately for Veselin, it just loses on the spot.
Now, this is something that Yasser mentioned has happened to everybody and anybody. Could you say the same thing about yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know if I've made a blunder where I, can resign like 5 minutes later, but I mean, there have been quite a few blunders where, I mean, you try and play on like another 5, 10, 15 moves, but the results are never in doubt. So, I mean, it happens. I think really, it just, I think sometimes you're not completely there, whether, you haven't slept well or, I mean, whatever it is, I mean, something's just a little bit off, and so it happens to everyone. And today, at least, I was on the lucky end of it.
Now, this is not the first time somebody gives you a piece this year out of the opening. Are you trying to confuse your opponent somehow?
Who else did that? Sorry.
I think world champion.
Oh, Magnus, of course, in Leuven. Sorry, yeah. Well, I mean, I think that one he just miscalculated something. I mean, I think this one Veselin simply he just confused the move order, so it's a little bit different. But I mean, it's always nice to have a few easy games because obviously everyone's so strong that I mean, no game is really going to be that easy.
And you actually take the lead of the tournament with this blunder by Topalov.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird because I think yesterday. I mean, the game against Vishy was very up and down. I thought I was maybe a little bit better, and then it was hard because what to do, whether to try and press. And then when I started pressing, I made a couple inaccurate moves, and Vishy played very precisely to get very good winning chances. And then, of course, against Fabiano, I mean, I was just lost. So it's nice, but it's just one game, and of course, we all have to play each other at least one more time in the Classical.
How do you recover from playing such a bad, not even a game, just like such a mistake from the opening? Do you think it affects you psychologically more than a normal blunder?
I mean, I think if anything, it instills doubt, and it's much easier, I think, in classical chess, especially when you have a day off to recover. But when you're playing in this format where it's kind of a hybrid mix between classical and rapid, if you have any doubt in your mind, it means you're going to start second guessing, using more time, and that's obviously a big downside. So, I mean, we'll see if it affects Veselin later.
And is it affecting you? Do you feel more confident after having a couple of rocky games yesterday?
I feel like I'm kind of just getting back into the swing of things. I mean, I actually hadn't looked at any chess in probably about the last 6 or 7 days. So, I think I was a little bit rusty yesterday. Of course, I mean, you can't really say much about the game today because I just benefited from a blunder. But I think I'm slowly coming back.
Well, slowly coming back. Now he's in the lead. Hikaru Nakamura, thanks for joining us.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hikaru. Quite a gift. So Veselin Topalov blunders on move 10 and then resigns 4 move later. Heartbreaking, but it's chess, and each one of us has had this moment, as Hikaru pointed out himself.
Absolutely.
And to make us smile a little bit now, we've actually got a phone call with us. So let's get him on. Hi, tell us who you are and where you're calling from.
My name is Dave. I'm calling from Michigan.
Hi, Dave.
Dave?
I have a question. I don't know if any of you know National Master Jim West, but he has a book out on the Philidor counter gambit. Now I wanted to know if any of you thought it was playable. If it's not playable, if it's unsound, because Paul Morphy actually did play this a couple times. Thank you. That's my question.
Philidor counter gambit, as far as I know, what Dave is asking about is in the Philidor, in this position after knight f3, d6, d4. I think he's talking about the move f7, f5, the Philidor counter gambit. Do you know the Philidor counter gambit? This is definitely the Philidor, right? Okay. And I think this is the Philidor counter gambit. We'll have to check on that. I got it right.
This is what it is.
I mean, Yasser, 24 years I've been playing chess, not one time.
Yeah, I've
Well,
never
we're gonna
studied this.
ask her-
It's all on you.
Yeah, okay, well, very good. Well, in fact, I come from the barbaric Northwest, where I'm really familiar with the Latvian gambit. The Latvian counter gambit strikes f5 immediately. Okay, so Victor Spupel's Northwest chess legend loved the Latvian counter gambit, and believe me, it's very, very sharp. Now, the inclusion of the move d4 and d6 makes the move f5 a little bit more justifiable. In truth, though, it's too aggressive. and that with proper play, I would say that white gets a greater advantage than what he would normally get in normal main lines.
Well, Yasser, I'm looking at the database to see this bizarre move series. It seems like only one Super Grandmaster has actually played the move F5 from what I can see in the database. That would be Hikaru Nakamura.
We should have asked Hikaru.
We should have asked Hikaru, but I don't think he'll have a positive review, as he already, as a strong 2700 player, lost against Grandmaster Pascal Charbonneau from Canada. Not a great result. It scores very badly on the database. But I don't want to talk about specifically this line. I want to say that within certain rating ranges, it doesn't matter what you play at the opening. As long as you have solid knowledge of the positions, as long as you know the ideas better than your opponent, and as well as calculating yourself out of certain difficulties, I think that a lot of openings that are, quote, not playable at, for example, my level, Yasser's level, or even at the 2700 level, it changes once you're like down at the 2000, 1900 level. You can get away with a lot more sharp openings, more stylistic differences, and also the opening surprise factor changes very much. If you try to surprise Fabiano Caruana in the opening, he'll think for 10 minutes and refute your entire thing. Mm-hmm. If you pull this in a tournament against your 1600 rival from across the city, well, he might not have the ability to just punish you over the board when he doesn't have the knowledge about it. So as a surprise weapon, I suppose that F5 is no worse or better than anything else that you can choose from, really.
I actually agree with that. I mean, I don't know this, I've never played this line myself, but I think in general, such openings work really well if you're trying to surprise or in blitz or rapid. But I think having this as your main weapon, generally such kind of openings as your main weapon, normally if your opponent is well prepared and you've played a couple of games, they can always prepare against you and come up with a repetition. So
yeah, exactly. As a surprise weapon.
Yeah, if I had to give out an advice for such a line, it would be to have it in your repertoire as a surprise, but maybe to avoid it as your main line.
Main defense. There was a game between Larry Christensen and Tony Miles, and Tony Miles had played the Russian defense, and after knight takes, pawn here, knight takes, knight c3, this is mainline Russian defense. There had been, just a second, how did that line go? It was bishop f5.
Bishop f5. Yeah.
Bishop f5. So, and Tony and Larry drew the game, okay? And Vishy saw the game and said, oh, that's a great solution. Instead of the normal knight takes c3, bishop f5 really is a great line. Vishy played the line. His opponent played queen e2 in a tournament game, and Vishy resigned on the spot, winning a piece.
Right.
So, five-time world champion Vishy Anand.
Yeah, because queen e7 here runs into knight d5.
Precisely.
Or queen, a knight d5.
Knight d5 followed by d3, and there goes a piece for absolutely no compensation.
And
I was just thinking about opening blunders.
Right, this is exactly the point that, sometimes your opponent just prepares something, and in lines like that, especially where it's unbalanced and, white does have a repetition, it might not work in your favor if that's all that you play.
Yes.
But yes, as a surprise weapon, it could get you a couple of points, but you've got to spread out your play.
Right. Alejandro, it seems like we're doing a confessional. I shared one of my more embarrassing moments. How about you? Have you, opening preparation, have you ever blundered so badly it was a howler?
From opening preparation, yes, I had.
Alejandro, you can talk about our game in Reykjavik.
Kidding, your game in record. Oh, wait a minute. Tanya's got. Oh, no.
No.
Share.
No, that wasn't a blunder. Tanya just played really well.
Tanya played really well.
Tanya, yes. She played very well. She did play better than the first time we played each other. So
that is true.
Now, as far as holders, I actually remember very specifically my game against Ernst in Vikings in 2005. Yeah, I actually had this line prepared, and for some reason, during the game, I decided to, instead of defend my pawn on h7 with h6, I said, g6 looks like a better move. And then I went for the entire same variation, not realizing there was a difference. And I realized that in this line, at the very end, I'm just losing a piece because the knight on f6 is not defended. And I'm playing straight into the line, and it's not until like I'm completely hopelessly lost because now I have to go into this tactical sequence that I'm like, oh, I guess I should have played the other pawn. Yeah, I don't think that I play a lot of opening blunders. I can't really recall that many of them, but I seem to make a lot of opening inaccuracies that I'm just left going like, why on earth did I do this? I guess Tania was one of them, actually. Like, I prepared this line and she went for it, and then at the end I'm thinking about myself, like, why did I go into this line at all? This doesn't make any sense. So I've had my problems, but dropping a piece, I think only once.
Right, well, a lot of opening talk. Let's see what opening took place in New York right now. So we've got a World Championship update from Cristian.
Hello guys and welcome. World Championship Round 1. We have Magnus Carlsen and facing Karyakin in what is going to be an exciting event as well. Magnus, in what seems to become his trademark, decides to surprise his opponent in the first game. He plays d4, knight f6, and now he chooses the Trompovsky. He has played this before, but is not one of his main weapons. Karyakin decides to go d5, bishop takes f6, g takes f6. As you can see, black's structure has deteriorated, but in return he has gained the bishop pair. Magnus continues with e3. Black immediately tries to open up the center with c5, which will welcome his bishop pair. D takes c5. And now, there was a game 3 years ago between Magnus Carlsen and Kramnik, another Russian, in which Kramnik played e6 and he lost a long endgame. Instead, Karyakin decides to play knight c6, to which Magnus decides to do bishop b5, pinning the knight, a6, c4, d takes c4. Do we want the queen exchange? Absolutely not. Knight d2, bishop takes c5, and this is the position we currently have on the board. Once again, Karyakin has the bishop pair, Magnus Carlsen has the better structure. It's going to be a long game. I expect a grind from the World Championship, but I believe Karyakin will be able to hold the draw. Back to you.
Okay,
Tania Yasser Seirawan.
What a surprise.
It's double bishop versus a back pawn structure, and let's take a look at their head-to-head scores. So in classical chess, it's 4-1 to Magnus Carlsen with 17 draws. They played for the first time in 2005, a long time ago, and the last time they played was in Bilbao, and they drew that game.
Yes, earlier this summer.
So,
but that's, look at how many times, more than 20 games, classical chess between these two great players. So they know each other very well, and that is a very surprising choice. Trompovsky in Game 1 of the World Championship. Well, we'll be keeping those scores alive. Coming back to the showdown in St. Louis, I'm looking at the shot knight d4 by Fabiano. He's offering the 5-time world champion Vishy Anand a pawn, and I'm just wondering, can he take it? Shall we have a quick look here? What had happened after rook c1? Let's see, rook c1, knight c5. Now, f3 wasn't a necessary move. It's not like the pawn on e4 is hanging. I had actually expected rook d1 in this moment, but Vishy played f3, and then immediately knight d4 came on the board, and that's a surprising move because of takes. And let's see what Fabi could have prepared in case of this double capture by Vishy. So obviously we've given up a bishop and the dark squares, and Fabi is going to be looking for compensation along the dark squares.
right.
Tania, do you think he has it?
I mean, Alejandro will tell us if there's immediately something happening, but if something is not happening immediately, I still think these double bishop the pair of the bishop would give enough compensation even in the long run. He, of course, has to get his bishop, I don't know if maybe on the a7, g1 diagonal, or he wants to just put it on f6, but generally, two bishops do give you compensation for a pawn.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I mean, I think it's quite an interesting sacrifice. But let's go over to Alejandro and find out what he thinks about it.
Well, guys, I love the bishop pair. A pawn, I'm not so sure, but In this case, after Anand took on queen takes d4, this queen b6 move comes on the board, and it's actually surprisingly annoying to defend this pawn on b2. He probably should play b3. Rook c2 I don't like as much. b3 looks like the more human move to me. And of course, the idea is that when you have the pair of bishops, you need to start opening up the position. This is very clear opening and chess concepts. So at some point, either after bishop g5 or something else, f5 will come on the board. And the idea here is, of course, you open up the position, you blast it open for the bishops, you take advantage of the fact that this knight on a3 is not playing currently. It needs a lot of tempo to go back into the game. You're going to be threatening things like bishop f6. There are problems down this diagonal for white. Perhaps not immediately, but you have to be careful where this queen goes. So I think f5 would definitely open up the position. Instead, it does seem like Vishy chose the move rook c2. Anyway, I expect f5 or something along these lines, trying to blast open this position. Notice that if I take on f5 at any point, now I can play bishop f6, attack the queen. The queen has to retreat. I take on f5. Now the rook is under attack. There are some very fair tactical problems here for Vishy's position. He is up a pawn, and he is going to try to consolidate, and Fabiano Caruana's task is to blast open the position, not let Vishy breathe, not let him bring back this knight specifically back into the game. And he might have enough compensation for the pawn if he's able to keep putting up threats.
Absolutely. Wow. I really like the move queen b6. I mean, it looks like it's just attacking the b2, but it kind of places it on these a7, g1 diagonal, and now white has to be really careful, of threats along it. And what's also interesting is that today we've got Fabiano who's fighting for the initiative. Right. Yesterday, in both the games, we saw he was materially up, and his opponents were trying to find some initiative. So today, knight d4, very interesting idea from Fabiano.
Absolutely. Double-edged. Jury's out. You know me. I like my pawns. But there is a compensation.
Yeah, and what Alejandro said about opening up the position, we'll see what Fabiano and how he continues in this position. Until then, we've got another caller with us.
All right. Hello, caller. Welcome to the show, and tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Hi, Yasser, Tania, Alejandro. My name is Brandon. I'm a Scholastic player calling from Florida.
Hi, Brandon.
Hi. Welcome to the show. What's your question?
My question is to you is, we know how we've been seeing great advances in chess technology, starting from the 90s, specifically 1996 when Deep Blue beat Kasparov for the first time. Do you see these advances in chess technology as a great attribute to chess or as a detriment? What are your opinions on that?
Wow, thank you.
Very nice question.
Yeah, there is a lot of division, a lot of dissension in chess. Has the computer ruined chess, or has it brought us a greater appreciation for the game? Take it from the top, Tanya.
I do think it's extremely different from how it used to be. Chess in general has evolved a lot with the computers, and I think the whole situation has its own good stuff and the bad stuff that's come with it. Because I grew up studying the romantic style of play and the classical chess, definitely creativity and imaginative play, I think that has dropped down a lot because simply computers are able to find defense very, very quickly. Mm-hmm. The one other thing that we see in tournaments that is happening a lot is that people are not sitting and analyzing for hours like they used to because they've got this thing, you know what, the computer's going to find something.
Back at the...
Let's just go back
to the hotel so we don't have to analyze for 3.5 hours to find the truth.
To find the truth or the beauty in the position. Right. So I think that way, the beauty of chess we get to see a lot less. Mm-hmm. But coming in with the computers, I think the defensive resources and trying to and understanding that there are always resources present in the position. Mm-hmm. This has really improved. In many ways, I think chess has leveled the playing field.
The computer has helped.
The computer has leveled the playing field in chess. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I mean, if you've got to be a strong player today, you cannot ignore the computers. Right. You've got to train with them. You've got to work with them. It has its drawbacks. You're probably not going to see the kind of chess we did before the computer age, but it's also amazing what it's brought in, you know, with the calculation and how much you can pick up with it.
All right, and Alejandro, you're very computer savvy. Let's put it that way. How do you see it? Benefit or not?
Well, I'm going to be honest, Yasser. I've heard of the romantic ideas that without the computer we would have a freer game, that still we would not have discovered many things, that the Berlin wouldn't rule. But I never actually knew chess without a computer. It just not something that I actually have a personal experience with. I've always had a computer to study chess with, whether it be Fritz 5.32 back when it was quite weak, or whether it's the ICC, something to train with. And for me personally, I would have never become a grandmaster without a computer. There's no way that you come from Costa Rica and you get the exposure to such high-level chess that you get without being connected to the internet or analyzing with an engine. So even though I can romanticize and say, oh, I wish that there were no engines and that computers didn't exist and we can just use our brains to figure out chess, it's not something I actually know. I've never experienced it. For me, chess has computers. That's just the way it exists.
Oh, very intriguing point of view. Are we showing our age, by the way? The young guy in the room says, hey, I've always lived
Yeah, what
with
are
a
you talking
computer
about?
now.
Chess
Yeah.
without computer? That never happened.
Never happened.
Yeah, but it is, it's quite interesting. To be a professional chess player, you have to grow up and work with
Right.
computers now. There's no other way to do it. And
In the 1970s, when I started to play chess, there was a great deal of jealousy, I think, with the American grandmasters towards the Soviet grandmasters, because in the Soviet Union and the Moscow Chess Club, that was the great archives of thousands, hundreds of thousands of games. And it was very, very difficult for the Western grandmasters to have the latest analysis. And the Chess Informant was like an explosion, that suddenly we had this fantastic databases and ways of recording and archiving games that we never had before. And that was a real advancement. And when I think today of what a database means, and you could just immediately get 1 million games in, a Sicilian and do a statistical analysis and break it down in terms of popular move, it totally transformed the game.
right. And I also feel, Yasser, that the one thing that happens with computers is that we don't appreciate creativity and beauty as much because we always feel like there's a repetition to it.
Right.
The same thing, if it would have happened before, you would applaud the player. You would be in awe of them. But now even, computers are refuting everything that's pretty because it's not perfect,
Studies and whatnot.
Yeah, but it's also a great preparation tool.
Well, there I was about to say that for me is the negative. For me, the positive of the computer, and again, there's no getting around it, it's simply part and parcel of the package of the game of chess, is the internet has been fantastic in the sense that now I can get online, play my friends, whether it be, an hour or 2 hour, or now we have Pro League coming up on the internet, and that's a lot of people looking forward to that. Our very show, connecting with our audience, connecting with the players, connecting with the fans. I mean, the internet and computers have just opened up a fantastic world. What I really hate to see is the tournaments where the preparation happens. So what happens? You have a game at 1 o'clock. Go through your normal routine schedule. You wake up, you have a breakfast, you shower, and you're studying for 2 hours for your opponent.
Yeah.
And like a mad woman, going through the latest lines and just, refreshing all of the things that just because you're anticipating. Then after the game, what do? You go back and check all the game
How it
and
went,
all the blunders, right?
Yeah.
So your preparation has actually gone through the roof.
Yeah.
Thanks to the
You're
computer.
not coming up with ideas on your own. You're just
Checking
pressing
the
that
database.
on your keyboard
Next
and
game
doing
for you.
that. But I also think what's amazing about chess is that you will always have the human element,
Of course.
It doesn't matter, and that's what keeps chess alive, is the fact that you're always going to play against another person. Psychology, nerves, all these things are going to count. We saw that today with Bishop F5.
And we saw it yesterday.
Preparation at the highest level,
Right.
Strength of the highest level, but these things will always happen. So I don't think computers will ever be able to take over that. And
Yay. And as we take another phone call, I just want to say, what has happened after this move, Rook C2? We saw this move, Rook C2, Bishop F6.
Yeah, I'm not
Queen
very happy with
3.
that decision that Fabiano took here.
Queen B4.
He played after the move Rook C2, this move Bishop F6, which
That's counterintuitive.
Because it just goes against everything I explained. I said you have to play f5, open up the pair of bishops. Yes, the bishop's in a good diagonal, but it would rather be there after I put the pawn on f5 in order to put pressure in the center. It's not a terrible move, and it actually has a couple of important ideas. After queen e3, he wants to go queen b4, which is what he did, in order to put immediate pressure on all of white's pieces. Notice how awkward it is to have this knight on a3. You can't put the pawn on b3 because the knight will be hanging. If the knight retreats, the pawn on c4 will be hanging. So yeah, it's a little awkward. But still, I would have preferred to play f5 at some point. Bishop played queen d2, which is not probably the most decisive move here. You're attacking the pawn on d6. You can either defend it with the rook or play bishop e5, maybe with the f5 ideas again. So I think that Fabiano is not playing the way I would have, and it makes me mad, but the computer said it's still okay. He has compensation.
Okay, we're going to find out, but we've got another caller with us, so let's hear what he's got to say. Hello and welcome to the show. Tell us who you are and where you're calling from.
Hi, I'm Jaswinder. I called yesterday as well.
Hi,
And I'm
Jaswinder.
really excited to see you guys' show. Thanks. Hi to Alejandro and Yasser as well. You guys do a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So my question is, what do you think about the future of chess in terms of young grandmasters coming up, who we could potentially see playing in future World Chess Championship matches, as we know that the World Championship for this cycle has started today, both from the United States, since Yasser and Alejandro are involved with that, and Tania is involved in chess, hopefully in India, so I would like to know your opinions regarding that. Thank you.
Thank you. So the caller was asking us, of the junior players that are out there today and how strong they are both in the United States, India, China, all over the world, who have you kept your eyes on and said, wow, that person's so impressive, they could be a future world champion, boys and girls?
So, for example, in my country, India, where I come from, it's a complete powerhouse and a talent of young upcoming players.
It's amazing, right?
It's amazing, and they're
Kind of
so
scary,
good. They're
right?
so good.
Yes.
I think one player to really watch out for from India would be Pragananda. He is wherever he goes.
The 11-year-old boy.
The 11-year-old who
about to become a grandmaster.
Yes, and he was an international master at 10.
Wow.
I mean, what is that?
Yes.
So he's, wherever he goes, I mean, he's just playing such, you know, his style of play is something that you can enjoy even as a spectator. He's not afraid of who he's playing against. Actually, this I really like about kids in general when they're playing. They don't care who you are.
Right.
You know, and that's really interesting to watch. And he's one of them. He doesn't get intimidated by his opponent. He always goes for initiative. So yeah, I think he's definitely one to watch out for.
And girls?
In fact, his sister, Vaishali.
Oh, no. Really?
So, yeah, I'm pretty sure they're brother-sister, but I'll have to just confirm on that. But yeah, Vaishali, she comes from the same, from Tamil Nadu. They have the same coach, R.B. Ramesh. In fact, he's one of the top coaches of India. She's 17, also a very strong, close to 2,400. She is one player who's given me a tough time in the national championships. Yeah, one to watch out for in the women's section from India.
And yourself, Alejandro, you're familiar with some of the U.S. junior players, but maybe from around the world. Who have impressed you?
Well, let's start with the U.S. A part of our commentary team here behind the cameras is FIDE Master V. Friedman. He was the head of delegation in recent World Youth Championship in I believe in Kanti, that's right. And I gotta tell Tania that even though India is a powerhouse and they had their 11-year-old international master, 10, sorry, it was actually an American that won that section.
Yay!
By beating the 10-year-old international master, and it was actually the U.S. that emerged as the winners of the entire tournament. So they were scored ahead of Russia. They got 2 gold medals. An amazing performance. And let's remember that, well, they won the World Youth, and let's not forget that the current World Junior champion is American. So that's clearly a good indicator. Jeffrey Xiong has been devastating everybody that he's played recently. He's had a humongous climb in rating. The Young Stars program that Kasparov Chess Foundation with the St. Louis Chess Club has initiated has paid incredible benefits to some of the top juniors here. We have Akshat Chandra, we have Samuel Savian, we have Jeffrey Xiong, Caden Trove. We have so many grandmasters up and coming. And let's not forget that the Olympic team that just won Baku is extremely young. You have still Ray Robson, very young player. Sam Shanklin is still a very young player. Wesley So, Fabiano Caruana, Hikaru Nakamura, none of them are even 30 years old. So we have a very long list of players between cadets and I would say 25, 26-year-olds that have very strong chances of becoming a challenger to who is currently the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. We'll see if he retains it after this couple of weeks. Now, around the world, who I kept my eye on, I would say that obviously Wei Yi is the name that most people would think is a high candidate because of, well, his strength at such a young age. I think that he hasn't had the meteoric rise that everybody expected, but I think still it was quite a surprise that he's able to achieve the success that he's had at his age. I think those are the strongest players for me as far as the future goes. But as we've said, India and especially China have proven that they can come up with strong talents from anywhere in the country and fuel them to reach the potential that they really have.
Thank you. Yes, for me, Wei Yi of China, especially Jeffrey Zhang,
Yes.
Sam Sevian, we have so many great players. Actually, the problem isn't that there's not a lot of great players. There's a tremendous number of really, really strong juniors and top players in the world. We need more tournaments.
Absolutely,
for them
I
to play
second
in.
that.
Yeah, more great tournaments so that
No,
they
but
can really develop their potentials.
Yeah, I mean, there's immense talent, I think, everywhere, and it's amazing to see how young chess is becoming in general. You know, when I started playing for the Indian women team at the Olympiad, I was the youngest in my team, and everybody else was in their mid-30s. And today, I am the one who's the eldest in
You're
the
the
team.
veteran.
I am the veteran of the team, and everybody else is in their early 20s. So,
There you go.
and this is the women team, and it was the same with the Indian men team. I mean, everybody is in their early 20s. The veteran of the men team is Hari Krishna, who's
Yes.
also just 30.
Yes.
So, yeah, it's just getting younger and I think tougher.
We have a World Championship update from Christian, Grandmaster Cristian Chirila. What's happening, Christian?
Thanks, guys. Let's look at a quick update on the World Championship game. Not a lot has happened, but let's follow it through. Magnus decided to play knight f3, a normal developing move. Now, Karyakin played castle. This might seem dangerous because the g-file is open and some attacks might come along, but it's not all that difficult to defend. The bishop comes back to e7, the pawn goes to f5, and all the dark squares around the king are very, very safe. Magnus continued his development with castle, and now Karyakin made a surprising move. Knight to a5, defending the c4 pawn. Now, Karyakin's idea is that he wants to force white to take with the knight on c4, and then he will be able to exchange the queens. Something that will give him the advantage because of his bishop pair and the fairly open center. White definitely doesn't want to take back with the bishop on c4 because after knight takes c4, once again the queens trade and black is going to have a clear advantage. Let's get back. Instead, Carlsen played rook c1, increasing the pressure on the c-file, looking a little bit at the bishop on c5. So Karyakin decided to retreat with bishop e7. Now Magnus is thinking, once again, I enjoy black's position a lot. I do play this as black, so I expect Karyakin to have absolutely no problems holding the World Championship to at least a draw. Back to you guys.
Fantastic. Thank you,
Thanks
Christian.
for that.
Interesting. Not to get any advantage. Let me turn to the showdown in St. Louis. We do have still one game in progress. When we left the position, we left it about these parts. Alejandro had been drumming the table for an f7, f5. The bishop stepped in the way of the f-pawn as Fabi had a very specific idea in mind. By placing his bishop on the f6 diagonal so quickly, he wanted to break down the c3 square and force the opening of this diagonal. Vishy was forced to move his knight to d5, and now this nice little intermediate check, queen c5 check to the king on h1. Vishy played king h1, and now bishop takes d5. And here, after this trade, I really feel that Fabi solved his problems, that essentially this bishop on e2 is really not that great a shakes anymore, and I think that he's very, very well on his way to neutralizing any advantage. Your thoughts are?
Yeah, I agree with you, Yasser. I think it looks fine for black already. I mean, I think he has to take with the c pawn.
Yes.
Because otherwise, I can.
If you take with the e pawn, I can even
I can probably take on b2.
And thanks to queen takes a3,
yeah.
I'm a happy camper.
Exactly. So he takes with the c pawn, and yeah, even if I go into this endgame after queen d4, I don't see any problems for black at all. And Fabiano has definitely neutralized in a very dynamic way, actually, all of black's opening problems. Alejandro, you're not looking very happy with the position.
What on earth are you guys talking about? I'm going to explain why white's better.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You have an extra pawn. It doesn't matter that it's true. There are problems here for Anand. There's the opposite color bishops. The bishop on f6 particularly powerful. I think he actually does have to go into this endgame. Let's just play a random move b3 or something like this. The knight, I don't even know where it retreats. It doesn't really want to go to c3. It might get trapped there. Let's just take on here and retreat the knight to b6. Let's just give this an example. Yes, it's true that it's difficult to make progress for white, and it's true that it's going to take a long time to improve the position. But black has no plan. He has nothing to attack, and all white has to do is improve the position slightly. You go g3, f4, king g2, h4. Yes, I agree. White's not winning. It's going to be very difficult to push this into a win. But it's a two-result game. Only white can win, and white will be pushing the rest of the game. To say that Fabiano has neutralized Anand, I think is completely out of the mark. I think in this case, Caruana is going to be suffering for a long, long time.
The only thing I thought
very different point of view there.
And that's interesting because I really thought that after a move like b3, which I think should be played, I would move my knight to c3.
Me too. I was about to say.
And try to, you know, because I just feel like the bishop it's an opposite color bishop, but I know
Yes.
a lot of pieces are on the board right now, and that's not the reason why I would say that it is completely neutralized. I just feel black has a lot of activity in general. You've got the c4 square, but I can push you away with b5.
Yes.
I can even look at doubling my rook on the c file.
Which is what you want to do.
I feel like black has enough, more than enough compensation for this pawn, but we're going to find out very soon who's right.
Yes.
Until then, let's go into a break, and we'll see you on the other side.
I'm Mike Matheny, manager of the Cardinals and chess fanatic. At the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, St. Louis' status as the chess capital of the nation is on full display. With a welcoming environment and scholastic outreach program that works with over 100 schools, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
and welcome back to day 2 of the Champions Showdown here in St. Louis. And it breaks my heart to see that empty board right now. But that was Topalov blundering on move 10 and resigning 4 moves later against Hikaru Nakamura. So we've got our lone game of the day, which is Caruana, Vishy versus Caruana. So let's take a look at what's been going on.
Well, when we left the game, we left it about these parts. Vishy, pawn to the good, has just played this move knight to c4, and after b5, knight takes d6, rook takes c2, queen takes c2. I was expecting to see this pawn on b2 getting removed, but Fabiano just played g7, g6, keeping this knight on d6 a little bit offside, like by taking away the f5 square, and he's leaving this pawn on b2. But it's a 2-pawn deficit, and I must say, I'm the materialist on set. I like the 2 pawns. The only question is, has this knight gone too far?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I mean, it's a very good question. Is the knight coming back?
Yes, and after
F4 is what we were expecting, because he's got to do something in the center. He's got to push these pawns ahead.
Not only that, but he's looking, Vishy is looking for the opportunity for e4, e5,
Right.
keeping this knight on d6 nicely protected. We did see this move, knight takes b2, so it's still a 1-pawn deficit as we get into a very sharp position. And the question is which player has judged this pawn sacrifice best? But we have a special guest on set.
We actually do. So, as we know, the St. Louis Chess Club is known as the capital chess center in the United States. And I have to say that I have been here for a week, Yasser, and I think it should be the capital chess center for the world. And we've got with us the man behind it all, Rex Sinquefield.
Rex, thanks for joining the show.
Thank you. Pleasure.
We're here at another showdown in St. Louis. Here's the Champions Edition. It seems like we're experimenting a little bit with the formats every year.
Yes, I think we are. And I think Tanya said something I thought very important and almost prophetic when she said it's a shame we're looking at only one board. I was upstairs earlier talking to Veselin, and I said, you know, I think if we do this again, and I'm sure we will, I think we need to have at least 8 players, not 4. I said it's good for the players. I like the format, the time, because you have 2 games a day, but it's great for the fans. I think we always have to think of the chess fans worldwide. What is most exciting and best for them, and is still good for the players. I mean, having 8 players increases the prize fund, but that's not their problem. That's my problem. One I'm happy to deal with.
Now, speaking of changes and this interesting for the audience, how are you feeling about this delay? This is the first time that we use it here. A couple of the players came from countries that have never used delay in their entire lives. How did you guys decide, hey, let's use delay instead of increment?
Well, I'm flattered that you would think that I had decided that. The technical decisions I leave to the people who are capable of making those decisions. I did talk about it with Tony yesterday, and I said, you know, for me, the increment is just more intuitive. But it's what they decided, and we'll see. I think determine if we do it again. Let's get the reaction of the players and the fans. So I don't have an informed opinion of it.
Were you watching the scramble yesterday between Hikaru and Fabiano?
I was not able to. I was stuck in business meetings.
Oh man, this is, I think, the reason that delay exists at the moment.
Yes, I understand. And this is why I think Fischer wanted something other than just the fixed time limits to avoid sloppy scandals after people have invested hours of time in a game and then it goes to pieces because of lack of time.
Now, a lot of people have been saying things against reducing time controls, but you seem to be happy with the format here. 60 minutes per game, perhaps increment, perhaps not increment, but the fact that they can play 2 games a day seems that
that's
enjoy that.
Crucial, and I think we really have to do a careful postmortem poll of players and fans, because you could even do it slightly longer time controls and still have 2 games. Sure, it was game in 75 or perhaps even game in 90. You GMs are much better judges of that. Seems to me we could still have 2 games. That's really exciting for the fans. You know, if you watch one 7-hour game, you lose your audience late in the evening. And everyone I've talked to here agrees that, yeah, it just sort of withers away. The audience just withers away. And keep in mind that in Europe, they're already fast asleep. So, and in Asia, too. So we got to think about that. We've got an audience that, you know, it's 24 hours around the globe, so we've got to be sensitive to the whole thing.
Absolutely. The St. Louis Chess Club has grown tremendously in many, many different areas, and it's attracted some of the best tournaments, not only in America, but in the world. We have now the U.S. Championship here, we have the U.S. Junior, we have the Sinquefield. What's next?
I'm all ears. I'm open to anything that really makes chess better. But I think this tournament is really good, and this format, but just making it more players. And we can find times that don't conflict with FIDE, although they do seem to have an annoying habit of setting their schedule after we've set ours and creating conflicts. Did I say that? Yes, I did. But you know, aside from that, I think we have to keep looking. We've been very experimental here. I think everybody's been wonderful about being flexible and what we should do next. I did hear, I believe Tania said in the prior session that, or Yasser said, it was Yasser who said what we need with all these up-and-coming stars is more tournaments. And that registered with me. I'd really be happy to discuss how can we get more tournaments for the rising stars around the world. He's absolutely right. We want to nurture these people and give them an opportunity.
Well, it's a good time to announce that we do have upcoming tournaments next year. We'll have quarterly events, 2 round-robin tournaments, one that will be averaging about 2,500 and one that will be averaging about 2,650 here at the club, mostly geared towards young and upcoming players, not only from America but around the world, giving a chance for players like Samuel Sievian, like Jeffrey Shong to be able to play. Since it's difficult for them to get to a tournament like the Sinquefield Cup, they're still too low rated for such a thing, but there isn't that many platforms to really reach the 2,700 plus level.
And I think we're in a position to do it, and we should do it. And of course, let's not mention, because I know somebody else will mention it before I do, that when you mention those players, you got Rufang Li, who brings his little 6-year-old sister, Rachel Li, against whom I am 2 and 3, and who we know for sure is the strongest 6-year-old in the United States. She might be the strongest 6-year-old in the world, on the whole planet. In fact, maybe I suggest she take a trip to Mars. Maybe she could be the best 6-year-old on 2 planets.
Well, we have to see. Tania was talking about the Indian chess powerhouse.
Yes, I know.
Can you believe they have a 10-year-old international master?
I think this is illegal.
Look, I agree. These kids are coming from everywhere with way too much rating.
By the way, I want to congratulate you on being St. Louis University's coach and assembling such a good team your first year. This is a remarkable achievement. Everybody's excited about it. I just had lunch with the finance people from St. Louis U, and they don't even play chess, and they're excited about it.
Oh, I'm very happy with the team we were able to assemble. We have 3 grandmasters and 1 international master attending St. Louis University. It's the very first year that we have a collegiate chess team.
I know, it's just amazing. What a way to come out of the box, you know.
We're trying. Our first real event as a team will be the Pan American Intercollegiate Chess Championships in New Orleans on December 26th. And that's going to be very strong competition. We have also Webster University from St. Louis, a very, very, very strong team.
Yes.
But not only them, University of Texas at Dallas, University of Maryland, Baltimore County. Competition has been very, very stiff the past few years, and we expect it to be the same this year.
I think it's exciting for everybody. It's certainly exciting for the chess world. We have to figure out a way to create more visibility for these collegiate championships. It's something that it's kind of like esoteric. Only the cognoscenti are aware of it. I think the chess-playing public should be made aware of this, and we should come up with formats that allow them to watch it and view it.
Absolutely. I think it's one of the ways that U.S. chess has expanded tremendously over the past decade is precisely the collegiate chess, even though it doesn't have the visibility, as you were saying, as perhaps others. Now, let's talk a little bit about what happened today, that move that Topalov played.
Well, you know, I think Hikaru, he put it right. He said, you know, we've all done it. There's no top grandmaster in the world that is exempt from making a mistake like that.
And we say we, we're the collective we, right? Here.
It's the diminutive we, because if you include me in it, then it becomes a combination of the sublime and the ridiculous. But I don't know. I wonder, did Bobby Fischer ever make a mistake of equal proportion anywhere in his late grandmaster career? I would be surprised if he did. I do remember a game he played against an international master. Oh, gosh, I can't remember the fellow's name, but by move 16, he was in deep trouble. And I remember the book I was reading, the commentary says, how can Bobby Fischer, arguably the greatest player in the world then, get in so much trouble by move 16 against an international master?
I must admit that I'm not familiar with a Fischer blunder of this caliber at that level. I know that Karpov blundered a piece. early in the opening against Christensen. I know that there are a couple of world champions that have done it, but Fischer specifically, I'm drawing a blank, but maybe a caller can join us later and tell us.
Ivanovic or Vukovic or some name like that.
Yes, from the French defense.
Okay.
Yeah, I could show that.
Well, we'll take a look at that
Yasser
later.
just rescued me.
Yasser, the chess
I
historian.
was going over the precipice, into the pool of ignorance, and Yasser once again saved me.
Well,
It's a dirty job.
Rex, thanks for joining us. Definitely
Thank
an
you so
exciting
much.
event here in the sense that I look forward to the last couple of days because after the classical event, still anything's up for grabs.
Absolutely, and I want to compliment our great team here. You are the best in the world. And I say that all the time, and I mean it all the time. I just hope that Jennifer and Maurice aren't jealous somewhere.
Well, we'll have them soon enough in
Yes.
another event. And,
Good.
well, plenty of chess to come up. We
Absolutely, it's wonderful.
Showdown right now. We're mentioning the updates from the World Championship, and soon afterwards we'll have London coming up. So
Right.
plenty of elite chess tournaments in the near
Awful
future.
lot of stuff. It's just wonderful. Yes. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Rex. And
Rex,
let's
I've
go
got
back
a
to
quick
the
question
Yes,
for you, sir. As you are aware, the FIDE, well, I got tricked. I ended up becoming the captain for our U.S. women's team, and the FIDE has awarded the Women's World Championship to Iran, and it's called a big bubble of protest here in the U.S. amongst our lady players. Your take on the Women's World Championship?
I think what FIDE did is absolutely awful. First of all, it's unabashedly anti-Semitic, and the Israeli players cannot go. And then secondly, it imposes a clothing requirement on women, which I believe, I cannot say for sure, I believe is a violation of FIDE rules. And I think that to force any person to adopt a religious practice of another religion that is not their own is just absolutely wrong, period. I have nothing good to say about FIDE's decision.
Okay.
Right. And Rex, before you go, I am going to ask you to promise our viewers that you're also going to be looking at having a women tournament here at the chess club of
Tanya,
the
that's
same
an
level.
excellent idea, and we have talked about having a Sinquefield Cup for women, which I think is an excellent idea. And what I would like to know is, should we do them at the same time or do them in sequence?
Well, as long as you do it, I mean, these are small things, and we're going to figure that out, but it is so important to have something like that for women chess and promote it the way you do for every other event here.
I agree, and if we have that here, none of them will be required to wear the hijab.
All right, thank you so much, Rex.
Thank you. So let's go to our remaining game of this, the third round of the showdown in St. Louis. We had left things about this part. Knight takes b2, e4, e5. Optically, this really looks great, right? Crushing. Just look at this beautiful white central pawns. However, there are still things going wrong here from White's point of view. After the move bishop e7, it's not like this knight has a great life. And the pawn on d5 is hanging. Of course, his pawn knight on b2 is hanging. Vishy played the move queen e4, giving up his attack against this knight on b2, but basically saying, I want to rescue my knight. Do not play queen takes e4, because if knight takes e4, then it's horrific. But
Yes, yeah, right.
what is his
right.
plan? How is White planning to deal with the move queen to d2? Because, of course, I've still got this bishop takes d6. What? Did I just see a trade of queens?
Yeah, he did play queen e4.
Oh, my goodness. Well, then I was just about to say that I thought that there was some compensation, but after knight takes e4, this looks completely gone. What on earth is queen takes e4? Knight takes e4, Vishy,
And rook
pawn to
c8.
the good. He
Yeah.
looks just killing. Alejandro, I just got lost in mid-sentence here. Tell me why he traded queens.
Yasser, his position is just terrible. That's what happens. But the move queen d2 didn't help him at all. The problem with the move queen d2 is that here after knight b7, the computer's unable to find a way to make progress. It simply says d6 is coming. You don't have any moves with your pieces. It thinks the game's actually over.
Wow.
It thinks the advantage is pretty much decisive. It's starting to find weird moves like knight a4, trying to stop eventually the pawn from promoting. But after queen e4, queen takes e4, computer says, best move. Knight takes e4, rook c8, and yes, he's still trying to hang in there. The rook is going to try to come down the c-file, but at the end of the day, a passed pawn on d6 protected, this looks very gloomy for the American player.
Grim indeed. Ooh, my goodness. And for Vishy, should he capitalize on this position, and I do believe it's a winning position for Vishy, that will catapult him into a tie for first.
Right, and look at the time situation as well. Caruana is down to 10 minutes, and Vishy's got 25 minutes on his clock. And yesterday's games proved to us that this is actually a very, very important part of even the classical play here. I mean, Vishy's got enough time to try and come up with how to convert this position, a problem that Caruana faced with Hikaru yesterday when he did not have enough time in a completely winning position. I think there are some technical difficulties here, but it looks like they don't look that hard.
No, they don't.
And he's gone for f5 here.
Vishy has just plunked down the move f4, f5.
It's interesting. Probably after gf5, he wants to go maybe knight g3, I'm thinking.
Knight g3 or rook takes f5.
Simply
but
rook f5.
Knight g3 to reposition the knight to f5. I think a lot of club players out there, including myself, I don't say I'm a club player, I think everybody would have plunked down the pawn on d6 right away and then thought about a move like f5. I'm not sure why he kept that tempo move d5, d6 in his pocket. Perhaps he felt that with the pawn on f5, he's generating a secondary threat of f5, f6, followed by e5, e6. And that was perhaps why he deferred the opportunity to play d5, d6 immediately. You're channeling Vishy. He played the move knight g3 right away, as you suggested.
So we have gf5 and we have knight g3. It's been played already.
Already. Okay. Knight g3 on the spot very quickly by Vishy.
Yeah, I quite like this, actually. I mean,
what's not to like?
Yeah, I mean, like this idea of going f5, and because black must take gf5, otherwise, like you mentioned, f6, you don't want to allow that as well.
Yes.
And after gf5,
yeah, it looks
even worse.
It looks really good because now the rook on f1 is actually in an attacking, great attacking position, followed by bishop to h5, and f7 and f5 are falling. This looks awful, Alejandro. I don't think that the computer is finding any resources here for Fabi.
The computer's saying that move f5 is absolutely bad.
No! No! You're killing me.
The main reason is that after pawn takes f5, knight g3, it seems like the knight being on f5 is a good piece, but since the essence of the position is the pawns in the center, the knight on e4 was actually a better placed piece. After the move rook c5, which is not what Fabiano did, but after rook c5, it actually becomes a little uncomfortable to start defending these pawns. When the pawn on f4 was still alive, playing d6 was never out of the question, as the pawn on e5 was always defended. But suddenly, the pawn has disappeared, the pawn on e5 doesn't have a base. So for example, if I play d6, bishop d8, how are you defending this pawn on e5? It's becoming unclear. For example, rook takes f5, I can go check, rook f1, I can consider rook c5, but even the trade, and now the dark square bishops, it becomes difficult to win. Instead of rook c5, which I think was the strongest move, Fabiano played rook c2, which is also a little bit problematic here for Vishy. I think rook c2 is also fine, because think about it, I wanted to take with the knight, but now the bishop is going to be hanging on e2. It really makes me wonder, why did you put the knight on g3, and why is it going to f5? Yes, I get it, there's going to be threats of knight h6 at some point, but the fact that the pawns have been softened to the attack of the rook, maybe from d2, maybe the knight coming to c4, the bishop maneuvering around and attacking e5, it seems that Vishy has made his life really hard. It was unnecessary to go f5, and the computers are saying that Fabiano has real defensive opportunities in this position.
So
wow, talk about my instinctive knee-jerk reaction of being totally wrong.
No, it was, I mean, honestly, for me also,
it
looked, yeah, it does. And I'm just looking at the position, the one we were discussing after rook c2, and I'm wondering, can't white just take on f5 anyway?
Yes, I think that what black would do in that particular case is after knight takes f5, rook takes e2, check, king here, knight c6, and
knight c4, e6 I have.
Knight c4, and there's good defensive chances thanks to the active rook on e2. Well, wait a
E6
minute.
doesn't-
What is E6?
Probably you have to go knight d6.
Yeah, now I've got a blockade.
Well, it's true that e6 was the threat, but let's take e6 away from white. Why not after king f8, knight c6, let's just move the king away?
Yes,
To
king
E8?
E8 first. Yes, agreed. Much stronger move.
Now-
Knight C4 is on
Right.
tap.
How do I improve?
And your
this
king is
position?
on
I'm a pawn
H1.
up.
And I'm gonna throw it out there. Isn't black better?
Whoa.
Wow.
I mean, I'm attacking e5, a2 is hanging, and the rook on f1 still has a couple of tempi to get back into the game because of the back rank.
Right.
The king on h1 is really far from the game. The king on e8 is very close. If I equalize the pawn count, then I would rather be black any day.
Especially with the active pieces. Good
Very
point.
interesting.
It's amazing how such an attractive looking idea of F5 can really take you off the wrong track. Like I said, D6 I think would have been every club player's move, and then
Probably the
consider
best option.
probably
Playing
right.
better than f5, even
But-
though f5 looked like a very attractive idea because you've kind of ruined the pawn structure. But maybe sometimes it just makes sense to play what's simple.
Yes, sometimes
And
supposed
not-
to be. But here again, you know, let me try to champion Vishy's idea as best I can. He did play this whole F5 sacrifice idea with the rook on F1, move the bishop to H5, focus the forces against the F7 pawn.
Right, so I've got to put pressure on your e5 pawn, probably with my knight to d3 or to c4, probably d3.
Well, the nice part about knight d3 is that it's kind of got he's playing a twin role. After my intended knight takes f5, fully aware that you are tickling the e5 pawn, bishop c5.
Do I want to run into knight 8? Yeah.
Yeah, now there's this dual knight f2, knight e5, and we can see black's chances, pardon me, are really good. You're definitely getting the feeling right here, right now, that we've blown it.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about if I can play something like bishop f7, but probably not, yeah. Because
Bishop f7, no, let's
You've got
continue the
king
line.
F-
Check.
maybe you've got king f8.
Right,
Wait,
because
can I
let's
not
just
take?
take,
Oh yeah, of course, and you've got rook f2.
check,
Or knight f2?
or check.
Or knight f2, yeah.
Check, check.
Both, yeah.
Those are like those
No, this doesn't
commercials.
work.
No, that just doesn't work, unfortunately. So here we can play bishop. So after rook c2, Vishy has given himself a number of problems that he has to solve.
Well, we're going to see what Vishy had in mind
Wow.
after this position, and we've got an update from New York
Excellent.
from Grandmaster Cristian.
Thanks, guys. Let's do a quick recap and see how the game, the World Championship game, progressed. So Magnus in this position decided to play queen to c2, getting out of the d file and not allowing the queen's exchange. Now bishop d7 played by black, attacking the bishop on b5. Bishop takes b7, queen takes b7. Now black doesn't have the bishop pair advantage anymore, so white can allow himself to go into the endgame. Carlsen played queen c3. He doesn't want to take on c4 because after rook c8, he is facing a very annoying pin on the c file. So he played queen c3. Karyakin followed with queen d5, knight takes c4, knight takes c4, and major exchanges are coming our way. Queen takes c4, queen takes c4, rook takes c4, rook c8. We have reached the endgame, Carlsen's specialty. Rook c1, rook takes c4, rook takes c4, and now the last move that has been played was rook d8, threatening checkmate. Now, this should be objectively an equal position, but it is exactly what Magnus tried to get out of the opening. He will play g3, making space for his king to go out, restricting the bishop on the dark squares. And now the problem is, white is going to bring his king to the center, while black cannot do the same thing, because once he leaves and tries to go towards the center, the rook is going to swipe down the board onto the h4 file and attack the only weakness in the opposition. This is going to be a long game for Karyakin. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Indeed, that is kind of what the game we're seeing in the showdown in St. Louis. Visually, it looks easy draw. knight versus bishop, only a little bit messed up structure, doubled f-pawns, that it should be a draw. However, I'm forcibly reminded of a fantastic endgame that was played between Zoltan Ribley and Anatoly Karpov when Anatoly was at the peak of his career, and that very precise ending, Ribley won brilliantly with the white side. He stuck a knight on d3, put a king on e4, he put a pawn on g4, and the bishop, the dark square bishop, ended up getting dominated. So there are dangers in the position, and I thought that in the game that Cristian was showing that black was actually going to be forced to defend with the rook on d7.
Yeah, right. No, I think that game is far from over right now. And what's good is that this is exactly the way you want to start the World Championship. I mean, he's clearly playing for 2 results right now. He can torture his opponent for as long as he wants.
It's a Magnus specialty.
It's a Magnus specialty. He hasn't taken any risk because you maybe don't want to overdo it in the first game, but he's ended up with this position where black is still on the defense. It's not over yet. So, you know, even psychologically, it's a great way to start.
Yeah.
And coming back to this game, so Vishy did play bishop h5.
h5, and he did allow this knight. Remember, this knight on b2 was really ugly. It's way out of the world, you know, and you're kind of thinking, well, it's going to have to go get back in the game somehow. After the move bishop h5, which again is a follow-up of the whole f5, knight e4 to g3 concept that Vishy came up with, he's allowed this move, knight d3. And, you know, Alejandro's over there telling us about active pieces and what it means. I can imagine Fabi actually getting optimistic about this position for the first time. His game's looking good, Alejandro.
Well, we have this position, and after knight takes f5, you see that Fabi is thinking, because bishop c5 is not the only possibility that he has on this point. He could just start with the move knight f2 check. Notice that the knight is completely untouchable because of back rank checkmate here on c1. So after knight f2 check, the only thing he can play is king g1, and only then go bishop c5. Perhaps there are a couple of differences on this position. The knight is probably turning in some kind of discovery. I don't see anything is exactly lethal yet, but at the very least, black should be perfectly happy with the position in the sense that he cannot be worse. The activity is more than enough to compensate for the material deficit. He's very close to recovering some a pawn. So at the moment, I think Fabi should be very pleased with his position. We see that that knight has plunked down on f2. Surprisingly, Vishy hasn't played immediately because he literally has one move.
Yes.
He's gone for king g1 and bishop c5 now.
As expected, and it seems like Fabiano, I'm not going to say he's better just yet. I mean, after all, the white has this pawn on the d file, which will be very dangerous, and there are no checkmating patterns immediately. For example, I could play h3 in this position and just try to force black to make a decision on where that knight on f2 is going to go. But is Fabiano in any kind of danger? I don't think so.
Yeah, if nothing else, at least he can capture the pawn on e5 with the check. And better or not, but this is definitely the best position he's had in a long time with black.
Which, again, it's so extraordinary to me because a moment ago we were mentioning 25 minutes for Vishy Anand, 10 minutes for Fabiano Caruana, and a completely rotten position before we saw this move f5. And
also, I'm wondering, also after h3, can I even force a repetition if I want with knight g4, knight f2? Is that an option?
Well, the whole point
is that you will go to king h2 after king h1.
That's exactly right. That was Alejandro's point.
So if I don't take on e5, this doesn't work.
Yes, exactly. You're fairly obliged to, at this moment, take on the e5. And again,
and I don't find this worse at all now. I mean, you've got knight h6, and maybe you can take on f7, but it's I don't think that pawn matters that much.
Well, it's the activity of the pieces. And a moment ago, we saw this incredibly imposing pawn structure of white that could have been on f4, e5, d6. And suddenly there's a lonesome one guy on d5.
We do have a pawn move from Vishy finally, which is e6. Very interesting.
e5, e6.
And of course, now black has the choice of forcing a perpetual.
A perpetual check.
Now the question is, if Fabiano will take it, he actually is not obliged to do so.
So basically, knight h3 double check. King has to go into the corner. Knight f2 check. Now you can't avoid the repetition because it's checkmate on the back rank.
Right.
So and a draw has been agreed after e6.
And it's a draw.
A perpetual check. Well,
I think F5 is where it all went wrong.
Absolutely. F5 is where, and I must say, I didn't think about the move F5. I was more, going with the D pawn and just, shove it up the board and see if it will bring victory on its own. But it's very easy to get seduced by the move F5 when you start to think, oh, isn't it nice? I'll bring my knight to F5, my bishop to H5. And it's just wrong. It's just a bad idea.
Right.
He got on the wrong horse and he couldn't get off of it. I mean, if he was going to go F5, maybe he should have started with G4. If his intent was absolutely to go with F5, G4 might have been.
D6 seems so normal and just to
absolutely.
And then to think what you want to do, but yeah, I think they're analyzing right now and.
A big setback for Vishy.
What is surprising, Yasser, is that actually the last 3 games that he's had here, he's been the one pushing.
Right.
And we've been discussing here in the studio that his position looks really good and he's better, but he hasn't been able to break through his opponent's defenses and score the win. And I think that is similar to what happened today. I mean, like the whole game, it seemed like he was doing really well, and last moment it just.
He missed his mark. Yeah. So definitely, but this is a big swing and a miss for Vishy. I think he's really he's playing the #2 player in the world, Fabiano Caruana, and he had him, I think, dead to rights. Frankly, just a big advantage, and he just found the wrong way to continue his edge.
Right. No, I think the move F5 there was just no need for that, and there's a possibility that psychologically sometimes you just play such moves because Fabiano was down in time, and maybe it's just you kind of play fast because it can't go too wrong. But it's so important in chess to be completely alert even when you are clearly better. To try, I remember as a kid I was working with Lev Zakis, and he always told me that many times in a winning position we tend to become very, very casual and slowly, move by move, lose at our advantage. Actually, it's during a winning position that a player must be most alert because your opponent is most alert trying to look for resources, and you have to try to finish the game as quickly as you can. So try to be as alert as possible and find the best moves, because it just reduces, if you finish sooner, it reduces your chances to make a mistake.
It's a popular expression in American circles to say the most difficult thing in chess is winning one position. One position. And let's take a look at how these results have affected our score table.
So we're done with the first round robin of the classical, and we've got a new leader now, Hikaru Nakamura, who was literally gifted a point today morning by Veselin Topalov. So Hikaru's on 2 points, Veselin Topalov at 1.5, Vishy at 1.5, and Caruana still at 4th with 1 point.
Very good. And I'd like to turn to Alejandro. Alejandro, I'm guessing that Fabi was happy to get out of that game with the draw, and he just jumped at it. But if he had time, did he have any chances at this point, or was the draw the right result?
I think, considering his time situation, there's no real reason to push. Objectively, the computer say he had no advantage whatsoever, but that he didn't necessarily have to take the immediate perpetual. For example, the computers are giving a little bit of a strange line, something that to me is very inhuman. They want to take on e6, take on e6, and again, I can perpetual however I want. So computer says king f8 is also, oh, not king f8 in this position, I'm sorry. Where was I looking at? Oh yeah, knight e3 check. King h1, and they were saying that, yeah, king f8 in this position or even rook takes a2 was possible, but it seems like at some point or another you're going to have to take the perpetual. The point of king f8 is that if e7 I can of course capture with the bishop, and it challenges white to find a move. For example, if you don't play e7, where exactly do you go? It's very unclear. The knight doesn't have any good discoveries because of the knight f2 check. But again, the idea of putting the king on f8 on the open file, e7 check is always something that is a little bit scary. It doesn't seem very human, and objectively the computers are saying that even after e7 check, bishop takes e7, knight d4 check, all I can do is block with the rook, and the game should end in a draw in an opposite color bishop endgame anyway. So objectively, the computers say, draw, you might as well take the perpetual when you had the chance.
I agree with that. I mean, I think it's a very objective decision to agree for a draw. Also, when you've been on the defense for so long and you get this opportunity, there's nothing clear. I mean, there's no clear advantage for you that you see. You're down on time. you don't want to go into a position that's completely unclear. I mean, that would just, unless there's a tournament situation where you must.
Right.
Yeah, why not just take a draw if you're not even sure what's going on?
Right. Well, we all have that. We carry that baggage of what happened prior to the position, and clearly things had gone wrong for Fabi, and then he jumped when he had the opportunity for a perpetual check. However, one of the things that I really, really admire about the top players in the world is their extraordinary ability to seize the moment. So that they have this sixth sense. The position has changed, and suddenly they're going from like, I'm trying to save the game, to like, oh yeah, let's win it. And this ability to recognize when they have opportunity. Well, here we saw
that there was no opportunity at the last moment. I mean, of course, he defended it brilliantly, and he was able to find, but after F5, and we're going to be having Vishy Anand with us soon,
to explain
us where he missed seizing the opportunity. He's with us in the studio right now. Let's go straight to him.
We are here with former world champion Vishy Anand. It seems like you were pressing again with white. What happened?
No, I should be just winning. I missed F5, G5, knight G3, rook C2, knight F5. That he has rook takes E2, knight takes E7 check, king F. I missed king F8, knight C6, king E8. And I mean, it's just pathetic play. It's just ridiculous.
Now,
with 18 minutes and he has 9, I could just spend 10 minutes here and find something. But the other thing I missed was that on move 28, instead of queen E4, I wanted to go knight E4.
Vishy, I've got the board over here for you if you need to.
Yeah, so knight E4.
Knight E4, yeah.
Queen takes D5.
Oh, sorry.
Knight C3. Queen D4.
Queen.
D4.
Yep.
Queen takes B2. And now simply rook C8.
And there's no way to deal with this issue.
And if rook C1, he actually is not, he can't play B4 or anything, but he can play queen takes F4. Then I'm just...
Whoa. This extra piece. Oh my.
Yeah, knight D1 runs into queen B2, knight B2, rook C2. Right.
Wow. That's a line.
And I'll tell you the problem. So after queen takes F4, I can try rook C2.
Mm-hmm.
But then he plays queen takes E5.
Yeah.
And then I go knight D5, which is a nice cheapo, but he has rook takes C2 simply. And knight E7 check. Well, yeah, I mean, I could have maybe done this, but probably black is saving this already.
Queen takes?
Well, queen takes queen C2 or something. Yeah, maybe I could have still done this.
Bishop for 2
But it's also possible that black has one more waiting move somewhere. Maybe some queen F2 or something was bothering me. But yeah, anyway, this would have been at least. He can also play rook D8 here and take on E5 and he has full compensation. So I think I've spoiled it a bit here.
You mean rook D8 here, Vishy?
Yeah.
And follow by?
Well, I mean, I have a thing, but it's very hard to coordinate my pieces. So. So that was...
Now, I was curious about this move F5 that you played. It seemed very strong visually, but the more we were trying to analyze it, it seemed like the pawns on D5 and E5 just lost a lot of support. Even without the move Rook C2, it seemed that Rook C5 gave black a fair bit of counterplay. What led you to choose something like the move F5 rather than simply pushing D6 and, as Yasser pointed out, simply figuring it out from there?
Well, I thought D6, Bishop D8, my pawns are stuck. So I tried to force matters, but like I said, I was playing really badly here. So,
just looking at this position, yeah.
I mean, he thought I could go G3 here, D6, Bishop D8, G3, Rook C2, Bishop F3, and win it slowly. But I felt my pawns were quite stuck.
Sorry, Fabi thought that you should have played
G3 simply.
G3 simply, Rook C2,
Rook
Bishop.
C2, Bishop F3.
Play it slow.
I mean, I don't have any squares, and I don't see how to make progress. But maybe black can't move much either. I mean, something like I'm threatening Rook F2 possibly, and it seemed to me my pawns get stuck. But
But what
Perhaps
a
there's
pawn
way forward.
chain. It's a beauty. Yeah, at 1 to c7. And one other question, Vishy. In this position where you played f5, a thought I might have had is g4 if you were going to play for f5.
But then rook c2 and
You still have issues.
well,
You want
yeah.
to keep the knight on d3.
Yes,
knight
no,
on-
my problem is if I move my bishop, he has knight d3, and then f4 and e5 are hooked up again.
Mhm.
I mean, if I am going to do something, I should probably do g3. So g3 with or without d6. And,
Right.
and maybe just go for this. But for some reason, I was angry that I had spoiled my advantage and kind of just blew a fuse.
Very good. And earlier in the game, things were going very well. When did you feel that things were really going in your favor? At this moment, we had a question for you. We thought after, Tanya and I, let's put it a different way, Tanya and I thought that after b3 takes, rook takes, knight c3, black is doing okay, right? Whereas Alejandro felt that this position is actually very good for you. At what point did you think your position was simply very good?
No, all moves are good here. The only point is what kind of structure do you want to the end? I mean, instead of b5, he could play queen d2, rook f d8, and
Yes.
transpose to this line. So I don't see the big difference.
Right.
And I will play b3, and he'll go knight c3. So it's a
The same
pawn, and it's a healthy
position.
pawn, and I will try. So
Right. And you felt this is good for you?
it has to be, but obviously black has some compensation thanks to the bishop.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
Now, unlike most tournaments, you are trying to press, obviously disappointment not to win, but another game coming up, is this something you're quite used to, or?
No, but I will have to. I mean, my opponent practically could go back and even prepare, so I'll have to be careful. Let's see.
Yeah, absolutely. A very short game that we had between Topalov and Hikaru. Well, thank you, Vishy, for joining us after your game, and we'll hopefully have Fabiano soon on here at the studio.
Very good. And we'll be setting up also for our next
Our second
in the
round
round of the
robin
day.
of the classical event.
our fourth round.
Let's take a look at what we have coming up very soon. So we've got Fabiano Caruana who's going to play Veselin Topalov. Now it's interesting because Caruana has just gotten over while Veselin's game did finish early, and as Vishy pointed out, both the players had time to rest
Change your
and maybe
fortune.
to prepare. So it's going to be interesting to see how they deal with the situation. So we've got Fabiano against Veselin, and we've got Hikaru against Vishy coming up. So Hikaru will be white and Vishy will be black. Second round robin coming up really, really soon. So Vishy did sound quite upset with the way things went, because understandable, because of course he was better for a long, long time, and he did miss a big opportunity.
Yeah, the first thing he said when he sat down is like, I messed up. I was a winning position. But we do have Fabi joining Alejandro.
Fabi, a Kalashnikov Sicilian, part of your repertoire?
No. As you could see from the game, I didn't play it too well. I just decided before the game not to do anything that I normally play, and because I realized from yesterday that the games at some point turn random, and the opening, I mean, it doesn't matter, but it might not matter as much as in a normal game.
You were talking about because of the short time control and the delay?
Yeah, I mean, even though it's called classical chess, it is very different from classical chess.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen some problems that players have been having here with the time control. Now, tell us a little bit about how you saved this position. How did that happen?
Well, it was very sharp at some point. So, yeah, I sacked the pawn. I don't think it's such a bad decision because I am slightly worse, and here the knight on a3 is just terribly misplaced. So I saw that rook c2 would probably be played, and at the start I was kind of counting on bishop f6, queen e3, bishop c3, which I thought would force him to wreck his pawns and give me enough compensation. And then I realized that rook c3, I can't take on b2, and I've given up my bishop for nothing, because queen b2, rook b1, queen a2, rook c2 wins the queen. So that was one slight setback. But still, I thought that I would have more or less enough compensation after queen b4. I thought he was completely tied up. And I just think that knight a4 is a mistake. I should play some move like, I don't know, bishop e5 maybe. And I guess if knight d5 now, because now knight d5, queen d2, he can't take on f6. And the ending, I should have enough compensation. Queen d2, rook d2, bishop d5. And now c d5, b5, I think it's just a different story. I'm not saying I would be completely okay after bishop e5, but it would at least be, I think, decent practical compensation.
Absolutely.
So in the game after knight a4, knight d5, I think this position is already pretty bad. Queen c5, king h1, take, queen d4. I didn't expect knight c4, but it's a good move. Yeah, this was, this was sort of desperation, but I didn't see anything better. And I thought the knight on d6 can either be very strong, but it also can also be extremely misplaced. It's hard to get it into the game. And so f4 is correct, I think. Knight b2. Yeah, here he had an option to play knight b7 instead of e5. We discussed this a bit after the game, and I think knight c4 is probably the best chance. Because other moves, I mean, he just plays e5, d6, and runs me over. Bishop c4, most likely, because knight e3 is a threat. ec, and then we were checking the line like rook d1. That's what Vishy wanted to play, and now queen b2, I think, is a good chance. He has to take now. My c pawn seems to be running down the board, but he also can play d6, c3, d7, c2, d8 queen, rook d8, all forced, king g7. Now he has to give up his rook with rook c8. And I promote, he takes and plays g3 and ends up a pawn, most likely with a winning position. But I guess I can play g5 and still
try to fight
on like Naka.
Play on like Hikaru.
Yeah, absolutely. But it seems like you got into a world of trouble, and at some point he played this move f5. What did you think about that one?
Yeah, that was surprising. I thought he would play d6, and it's not necessarily winning for him because I do have the c file and my knight controls a lot of critical squares.
By the way, sorry, Fabi, Vishy also mentioned knight e4.
Yeah, this looks winning at the start, but queen d5, knight c3, queen d4, queen b2, rook c8.
And did you both see the same variation that Vishy was?
Yeah, because knight d1 loses a piece back. I take and play rook c2, forking the bishop and knight, and probably giving me an advantage. Or at least no danger of losing. So he has to play rook c1 to protect the knight, and then I play queen f4. I think he had missed this in advance, and then after he saw it, he realized that I'm collecting e5, and he's still tied up, and I have very decent compensation, probably enough to hold the position.
Right.
How would you evaluate this ending? He showed one ending which went rook c2, queen takes e5, knight d5.
Yeah, I stopped calculating after queen f4. I thought it was enough.
Okay.
If this is the worst I have, then...
This is where you stopped and you were satisfied.
I mean, compared to the game, I thought this is just a dream position. But yeah, I guess queen e5, knight d5, the line continues. Wait, what's wrong with queen b2?
Queen b2?
Is knight d5, or knight d1 seems like...
Oh, so...
No, knight d5 was what Vishy said, but he
what was
blundering.
Vishy? He blundered. I'm sorry. I was just asking about... Okay, so...
I mean, maybe knight d1 here, but
yeah.
The ending... I should take on b2. Oh, no, wait, I can't. Oh, wait, this is a serious issue.
Rook c8?
Yeah, I have to play something like queen... I don't know, e6, yeah. Rook c8, queen c8. Okay, White has chances to win. I have chances to draw.
It's a game that's probably actually even better than what happened in the game, right? For you.
Yeah, I would have been satisfied with that compared to the game. I think f5 was not a good move. He should just play d6. And I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it seems like at some point Vishy just lost control over the game. Suddenly your pieces exploded. They were all over him, checks everywhere. Were you even thinking about getting an advantage at some point?
No, I thought he would play on at the end instead of playing e6, playing h3.
Yeah, we're looking at this line.
Knight g4, king h1, knight e5. I was a bit worried, but I didn't see anything for him because after d6 I'll play like rook d2 and then rook c1, knight c, or he mentioned that rook c1 I can even take on d6. Rook c8, bishop f8. There's no mate, and most likely white should take a draw at some point.
Right. Perhaps the sooner the better. Things were going not very well for Vishy, and it seemed like, well, with your active rook on d2 and a majority on the queen side, things could eventually go wrong if he makes a mistake.
My king is really weak, so it would have to be a series of mistakes.
Fair enough. Well, Fabi, you went from not surviving the first game, tough draw in the second game, but now it was you that was against the wall, and well, you recovered quite well.
Yeah, it's good. I didn't lose this one. I still think the tournament is wide open.
There's a lot of rounds left. There's no doubt about that. Well, thank you, Fabi, for joining us here at the studio, and good luck in the next round.
Thanks.
Fabi, quick question. Obviously, you were watching what Veselin Topalov did. Finger failure in the opening cost him the game right off the spot. Confessionals all around. Has it happened to you where you've literally lost right out of the opening like that?
Yeah, in Blitz it's happened.
Well, no, I meant in a real tournament game. What was your worst finger failure lapse?
I don't remember ever losing straight out of the opening. I mean, really? I've gotten bad positions, but I don't remember ever just being dead lost and having to resign after like 15 moves or something. There are a lot of examples of that happening to top players.
There are aliens.
It does happen. Everyone is human can blunder. But.
Thank you, Fabi. Thank you very much.
I couldn't agree with Fabiano more about the field being completely open. He has
absolutely
saved a tough game today against Vishy. We're going to take a break, but we've got a special feature for you. So we caught up with our champions who told us what they've been up to the last few months.
Well, welcome, Vishy, to another tournament here in St. Louis.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you a couple of questions very quick. The first one, how does it feel to travel so far for such a quick tournament?
Well, that's why I came a few days early, because I had the feeling that I would need at least a couple of days to get over jet lag, but it's not a big problem.
It seems like chess in India is unstoppable. For the first time, you have two players in the top 10. How do you think this is going to affect your personal career, or do you see it affecting it at all? Do you think you'll play at any point for the team?
Well, maybe, but obviously I'm very happy with the fact that now we have two players in the top 10, and we may well have three or four in the top 100 as well. And so it's very good progress. We're firing on all cylinders.
All right. But no mention about whether you'll play in the team at some point, or is that not really something you're interested in?
I'm not a big fan of Olympiads, as people have probably figured out, but let's see. Let's see what happens in 2018.
Hello, Fabiano. You are one of the most, you have one of the most hectic schedules among top chess players. How do you keep up your energy, and how do you not burn out after playing tournament after tournament overseas and here?
I'm pretty used to it by now. I've been very active on the scene for the last few years, and I do try to make time in between tournaments to rest and recover my energy. So before this, I had a relatively long break, a few weeks, and I think it was more than enough time to recover.
I would say a lot of people think that a couple of weeks or a few weeks is not a long time to recover, but you seem to have no problem with it?
Yeah, I find the motivation and the energy to keep playing tournaments. But maybe it's a matter of just being used to it, because I've always been pretty active. I've always accepted a lot of invitations and taken less time than other players in between tournaments.
Now, very recently the US, of course, won gold in Baku, a historic achievement for sure. Has that changed the dynamic between some of the top American players, or not at all?
When we're playing the tournament, I think we're good teammates and we're trying our best to score a good result, and we managed to score an excellent one. But in between tournaments, we're still trying to outperform each other, and so I think it's just normal that after the Olympiad I'm playing Hikaru here, and I will try to score ahead of him and beat him.
everyone, welcome back to day 2 of the Champions Showdown. We are going into round robin 2 of the classical format. Let's take a look at our pairings that are coming up shortly for you. Very interesting top game. So here we've got them, Fabiano Caruana versus Veselin Topalov. Fabi's gonna start with white. He had a tough game in the morning against Vishy.
Which he saved.
Which he saved, he survived. So luck does turn around. The first day we saw him trying to win and mess up positions that he should have won. And today morning he saved a position that did seem close to hopeless. So he's going to be playing Topalov, who had a very, very tough morning, in fact. While Fabiano saved something, Topalov
gifted away a whole
just
point.
gifted away an entire point with a blunder on move 10. And we've got Hikaru Nakamura, who's going to be facing Vishy Anand. It's very interesting to see because Hikaru and Topalov both had early rounds, thanks to Topalov's blunder. And Vishy and Fabiano, we had them in the studio earlier, just finished their game. It's such a strong character for top players, for any professional player, to be able to recover fast, to have the stamina to play this kind of an event, you know, because it's not easy, Yasser, to keep the energy going.
Not at all, and they're testing each other, and the decisions they have to make are very quick. The 60 minutes format, I'm still getting adjusted, and I'm commentating alongside yourself. 3-4 hours,
well.
you know, I'm thinking, you know, classical chess, 3-4 hour games, and these are like, Hikaru said, a hybrid between rapid and classical, and it goes a lot faster. Those 2 hours go by quickly.
You know, I've got to say, Yasser, we've got Hikaru on the screen and Topalov has just walked in, hopefully. I wonder how it is, like if you blunder, how quickly you can get over it? Because what is harder, to lose a game to a blunder or to be better and then mess it up to a draw or even lose sometimes?
Yeah, I mean, that's just a part of playing chess. If you're going to be a chess professional, mistakes are going to crop up. And you just hope that the mistakes you make are not fatal. Unfortunately for this former world champion Veselin Topalov, the mistake he made, there was just simply no recovering from. And I still recall, I played a Grandmaster. I was black, and I was looking forward to a really great game, and I blundered into the sense that I gave my opponent a chance to go for a threefold repetition, and he leapt at the chance. And I was so angry with myself that, you know, here I was black against a Grandmaster, and I was looking forward to a game, and and that really stuck in my craw. Certain mistakes we can live with. Other mistakes, sometimes it's really harder to get over, especially the winning to the losing mistake.
Definitely.
That really hurts.
That does hurt, but, you know, I mean, being at that level, I'm sure that they have, at this elite level that they play in, they've got enough experience that they've got to come back.
Exactly.
I mean, talking about this Vishy Anand, I mean, he in World Championships, when he played against Gelfand, he lost the 7th game. I think it was game number 7. And the very next day, he came back, winning round 8.
And a short victory at that.
Yeah, exactly. So in 17 or 18 moves, apparently one of the shortest world championship
games ever.
I think it was the shortest world championship game ever. So it's all about coming back and how quickly you can do it. And the games are underway now. We see Vishy just pressed the clock, so it's going to be interesting to watch how they start. Hikaru Nakamura, who has had a morning of rest, starts with C4.
English opening. Again, we've spoken about the flexibility, the versatility of all of these players. E4, normally speaking, is Hikaru's move, but he has essayed the English as well, of course, as well as D4 in his career. So he's using the English for a very specific reason. Vishy really likes playing the E5 English.
Right.
And probably C4 took him a little bit aback, and he's probably thinking to himself, what exactly Hikaru is looking to avoid. When somebody plays a C4 and you're a Grunfeld player, you know that they're trying to avoid a mainline Grunfeld. But in Vishy's case, he's thinking, okay, Hikaru knows I play E5 against C4, so what is he trying to get me in? And he played this move, Bishop B4.
The same move that we saw him essay against Topalov yesterday. So surely Hikaru has looked at that and must have some sort of improvement, as we were not very happy with Topalov's chances out of the opening. Remember, it really resembled a C3 Sicilian in yesterday's game that was pretty much nothing for Topalov. So we'll see how Hikaru seems to try to get an advantage in this line that Vishy seems to have put his faith in.
Well, remember, A3 was a really strange move that Veselin had tried, A3, and that turned out not to be a useful move at all.
And then E3.
And then after knight F6, E3, E4 came, and black was just fine.
Even though Topalov, I think Vishy went wrong somewhere, and then Topalov did get those double bishop and seemed to be making some improvement. But right out of the opening, Vishy seemed to have solved all his opening problems very quickly.
Exactly.
With a very decent position.
So E3 was played, knight. Ooh, I'm looking, there's a D. Okay, just a second, let me refresh my board and just see how the players reach the position they have. Crazy things going on, by the way, in our other game.
Other board, yeah, we should.
So
we
E3, the bishop came back to B4, and D4, and look at Vishy's choice, E4 here.
Well, both players are blitzing out their moves, so it seems like they're in their preparation. Alejandro, what do you have to say about what's going on the other board?
Well, guys, this is something I'm sadly familiar with, as it's one of our more painful losses in chess. But after knight f3, d5, c4, d4, we have the game between Fabiano Caruana and Veselin Topalov. b4 is played. This is an interesting move in the sense that it creates a very dynamic problem for black to face immediately. If white is allowed to put pressure on this d4 pawn, it sometimes is not trivial how to defend it. This is very close to what a Benko gambit would be with the pawn on c5. Therefore, most people here play the move f6, and I've had this position with both white and black. With the black pieces I was playing against Timur Gareev in the US Championship a few years ago, that was a crazy, crazy draw that quite honestly both of us should have lost. And after e3, e5, c5, a5, I believe that Timur played some nonsense and eventually was losing. But queen a4 check has been gaining a little bit of popularity. I'm not entirely sure that it's a good move. I tried this myself against Grandmaster from France, Romain Edouard, in last year's World Open, not this year's, last year's, in the final round, in which a win in the final game would have tied for first. Instead, I ended up losing horribly with the white pieces, tying for like 100th. So queen a4 check is very interesting. Topalov hasn't replied immediately. There's a couple of choices here. Bishop d7 and queen d7, I think, are the main lines. Now, let us remember that bishop d7, b5, this is going to start looking familiar to you, Yasser. Bishop takes c5, bishop c4 is a way of playing. And here, Vishy Anand in Leuven played the move bishop g4 against Fabiano Caruana himself,
right,
only to find out that after bishop takes g8, it was a full piece that he had blundered. As rook takes g8 runs into queen c4, attacking the bishop and the rook. There's no way to defend either of them. I think that Vishy ended up drawing this game, but it was more out of tenacity than out of what the position really gives for him. Queen a4 check, it seems that we have still this position on the board. Topalov hasn't played, and as I said, both queen d7 and bishop d7 have been considered by some theoretical analysis, but this is a game, a type of position that has only been analyzed in theory. Practical tries of this position are very, very few.
Very good. And you were saying that there were two main moves, bishop d7,
yes,
which by the way was played, and queen d7. So bishop d7 was played, but I was going to ask you what the subtle differences might have been, but very good. Essentially, this is a pawn sacrifice line.
It is a pawn sacrifice, but it has a very strong justification. The main part is that castling is actually not going to be trivial for black at any point, because controlling this diagonal is very difficult for him. Also, you notice that the knight on b8 has some problems in actually developing. You either have to move the bishop out or put the knight on a6, which is only stable because of the pin down on this diagonal. So bishop takes c5 was played. I expect Fabiano to immediately put the bishop on c4, threatening this bishop takes g8, after which almost everybody plays the move knight e7. And here there's a couple of choices. Pawn takes d4, pawn takes 64, bishop a3, I believe is the main line. As the Patzer GM I think I played bishop b2 against Romain, which is already a mistake. Not a fatal one, but it's not a good move at all because he punished it very well with bishop g4. You could also castle immediately, but I think bishop a3 is what everybody's been looking at. Now, of course, Topalov could do 2 in a row and play like Vishy, play bishop g4, but I don't expect that to happen.
Very good. Thank you, Alejandro. We'll go back to our English game for just a moment because it's definitely looking like some type of a French. I always like the space, let me say. So I like Vishy's approach to this particular game. I like this move e4, knight d2, and capturing, so that basically with the structure, what black is trying to do is strategically play against this dark squared bishop and say that that bishop is not getting in the game for a long while. And in the meanwhile, with this pawn on e4, I'll castle, put my bishop on f5, put my knight on d7, and I'll have very easy, free-flowing development. Okay, so bishop a3 is trying to disrupt black's play, eyeballing the pawn on d6, castles, c5 right away. Wow, that I find this a surprising move because it definitely invites and, in fact, forces the move d5, which is a move that black usually is trying to get in. So I find the move c5 surprising. Right. Bishop e2, rook e8, castles, and I think we're up to date now with the play. I like black's position. How about yourself?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like black is doing fine, even though white has a bishop pair with his pawn structure. It's not an open position right now. I'm guessing that white probably, Yasser, has to plan something like f3 maybe at some point after he's defended the e3 pawn, if he can get this break and break this center somehow, because otherwise I don't really see what it is, or c4 maybe.
Right.
So these are 2 breaks. Basically, white has to try to open up the position from somewhere.
Right.
Otherwise, black is doing just fine. So it's going to be interesting to see how this develops. What would be black's plan in such a situation? Would you play something like b6 ever here, or?
On the contrary, I would, and I'm very attracted to the move b5. Why would I consider the move b5? Because basically, I want to reduce my opponent's options. I see just exactly what you were saying, that the lever in the position c4 to liquidate the double pawn. So I want to play a move like b5, and if you don't capture en passant, well, let's say you do capture en passant, first of all, that gives me an opportunity to develop my rook with a gain of tempo, and I would like to get rid of the 2 bishops. I would like to take from white's hands the 2 bishops, and then I'm very, very happy.
You just had a structure, you've got this a-pawn weakness, and it's happy days.
Exactly. So if I could play the move b5.
Break f3. But what is black doing? Yes, you have a little bit of a space advantage because of the pawn on e4, but so what? Your knights actually are horrible. They don't have any good squares. The bishop on c8 is just about as bad of a piece as it can be. So the only good thing that Vishy has going is the little bit of space and the fact that his position is very solid. But I think that white is the one that has all the resources in this position.
How about after bishop c1, a5, a4, b4?
Well, Yasser, how do you guys say this?
It may be a long-term pawn sacrifice that I want to essay, but I'm thinking that if what I would like to do is play a bishop a6 or knight a6.
Let me take here. It takes here on rook b1.
Right, exactly. So knight a6, let's say. Just
knight a6 for the sake of argument?
Yes.
All right.
Because otherwise, you're right. I don't know how to deal with the a4 threat.
Right. It seems like Vishy has not chosen this path. This is definitely not computer proof. It's just pretty much saying that if I go knight b3, bishop d2, eventually white's going to be better. I still have the possibility of playing either f3 or f4, breaking on this side of the board. But notice that this pawn on b4 is just going to be a permanent weakness with the knight on b3. You can even attack it directly. You can keep a knight blockading it. The pawn on a5 is going to be very dangerous. The knight on a6 is not happy about being on the edge of the board, stuck defending this pawn. It seems to me that black's play would be very artificial in this kind of scenario. We see that Vishy has played the move a6. a4 was played instantly. Why not? It has a huge threat of winning the pawn on b5 thanks to the pin down the a file. I expect bishop b7. I don't really see any other move. You could maybe play bishop. Oh, he played queen d7. That's surprising to me because after pawn takes b5, pawn takes b5, I don't have bishop takes b5 anymore as the queen is defending the pawn. But I do have a pass-protected pawn on c5 for the rest of the game. There is still problems down the pin in the future, and I could even switch gears and play f3, takes with the rook, even thinking about sacrificing on f6. I love Hikaru's position. I really don't like the way that Vishy has handled the situation, and specifically that move b5, which perhaps at the beginning looked quite tempting, I think was soundly refuted by bishop c1.
Wow,
yeah, but bishop c1 is a really very nice move. I mean, it's not very common to see bishop a3 and bishop c1. I mean, I get it that, you realize that bishop has done its job on a3. It's not required there anymore. You've got a pawn on
bring
c5.
it back.
Bring it back.
Yeah.
Bring it back to c1 or to b2. But it's also interesting, why c1? Because he indirectly defends the e3 pawn just in case he wants to play f3 at any time.
And I think he will want to play f3.
And that's really, that's...
But this whole inter-exchange, by the way, that we were just having with Alejandro, that's, for me, what chess is all about. It's really a clash of ideas. Alejandro is explaining that from his point of view and how he plays chess, he just loves what Hikaru is doing. Bishop a3, bishop back to c1, teasing this pawn on b5. Whereas I'm looking at the position, I'm saying, I see a bad bishop on c1. I like what Vishy is doing. It's this clash of ideas. We'll see how it unfolds.
And we will, but we've got a caller first.
Okay.
So let's see what he has to say. Hi, welcome to the show. Tell us where you're calling from and who you are.
Great. Hello there. My name is Aaron.
Hi, Aaron.
I am calling from the Netherlands right now.
Hello.
Actually, at this moment, I have met Yasser Seirawan in the Netherlands, in Wijk aan Zee in January. That was the best thing ever in my life. So what I'd like to ask Yasser is, when he began playing chess, and I mean competitive chess, I'd like to know how he prepared himself to enter the tournament being really confident. So basically I'm asking about opening repertoires and middle games and end games. How did you prepare yourself?
Right.
Yes,
okay.
a big fan. Best moment of his life. Will you be able to get through this commentary now?
Right. Well, first of all, I would not describe myself as a very good professional grandmaster in the sense that today, when you think about the preparation and what these players do, my openings were fuzzy. I wasn't on the cutting edge and things like that. What I really tried to do was stay in physical shape. Stay mentally alert. I really had problems. Most of my competitions, the vast majority, were overseas. I lived in Seattle, Washington. We didn't have international tournaments in Seattle, Washington, so I did a lot of traveling, very often to Western and Eastern Europe. And it was that jet lag. And today, you can have 16-hour flights, which I just find amazing. In those days, it was like you go 4 hours, 6 hours, 3 hours, and 2, and then you get on a donkey, and finally you get to the place you're supposed to go. So my travel periods were like 26 hours and longer. Oftentimes during the tournament, I felt I was waking up, through a lot of the games. So for me, it was this idea of alertness, just to try to get myself mentally geared. The next thing I really, internally, I'm a great optimist, so I was really confident. The only problem I ever had in chess, I felt, it was on the black side of e4. I never really found, if I had found Berlin, maybe my career would have been, like really like Kramnik's or something. Give me a solution to e4. So I, fluttered between Russian defenses, French defenses, Caro-Kann's, modern Perk defenses with g6, and it was tough. Against d4, I was super confident English, and with white, I was very, very confident. So I just had this one issue, and so I was constantly trying to find ways of getting my opponents who did play e4 into something a little bit offbeat. So that was very tough, for example, when I was playing Anatoly Karpov. He's a big e4 player, and how to meet e4 because he's so very, very well prepared.
Right.
But the preparation today is just phenomenal. It's off the chart.
Of course. And tell me one thing, Yasser, like now, of course, with E4, trying all these variations and knowing what's up with Berlin as well, now that we've got that answer to E4, would that be something that you would advise people who take up the game and who want to start preparing against the E4 at a very beginner level or a club player level? Would you advise them to study the Berlin?
100%. Two things that you absolutely have to have when you play against E4 and D4. The first is your A game, your classical defense. You must have in your repertoire classical defense. So if your opponent's playing E4, you have to be able to play E5, and you have to be able to play a mainline classical. I don't care if it's a Bray or a Berlin. You pick it, you find it, but you have to have a classical defense. And then you need what I would call your dodgy weapon. And today, that dodgy weapon is the Najdorf. I mean, when you want a double-edged game, you're fearful that your opponent is lower rated. If you play your Berlin, he's just going to make a draw. So you want a double-edged game, then you've got to have a Najdorf. So you have to have two defenses to both D4 as well as E4. You have to have a classical defense, and you got to have a dodgy.
Something that when you want to score, you know you can count on that. But you know, an interesting fact, we see Berlin at the top level all the time in men's play. But there are such few women players, even the top ones, who employ the Berlin. I personally don't. Whenever I prepare against them at any women tournament, we don't ever need to prepare against Berlin, and thank God for that.
Exactly. You women are just too aggressive. Yes. I mean, you got to calm it down. It's in the blood.
Well, let's go back and see if someone's going for blood or not on the board here.
Well, turn to Alejandro. We see this pawn sacrifice in the game between Veselin Topalov and Fabiano. How is it looking, Alejandro?
Well, it's exactly as I was pointing out, this trade of pawns on d4 and now bishop a3. Fabiano, for some reason, took a little bit of time deciding to play this, but as far as I'm concerned, it's the main line. And I just saw that Topalov has replied, even though it's not one of the moves that I consider to be the best. I think from what I remember, actually bishop takes a3 is playable, but knight a6 I thought was actually the main line in this position, defending the bishop on c5 a little bit artificially, but taking advantage of the fact that this pin exists and the queen doesn't have any good retreat squares. The knight could go to b4 at some point if necessary. So instead of that, Veselin decides to take on a3 immediately. Instantly, Caruana takes with the knight, even though both taking with the knight and taking with the queen are possible. They are lead into entirely different positions. And now the nice thing about it is that if you don't know this theory for black, it's kind of difficult to come up with the next move. But by far the best move, if I remember correctly, is bishop g4. And it's a pawn sacrifice, so it returns the pawn, as I can take on d4 here with the white pieces. Notice that if I take on d4 with the queen, then bishop f7 check is a discovered lethal attack on the queen. So after bishop g4, knight takes d4, usually the move knight d7 with the idea knight c5 kind of embarrasses the queen here being on a4. Knight b6 is also a threat, and this is the best way for black to push back white's pieces. Normally, this knight on c5 is defended by the queen, but now since the queen is going to be leaving after knight b6, the knight on d4 is in danger. And actually, white has to be a little bit careful in this position. We see Topalov actually did play the move bishop g4 rather quickly, so he must have found it over the board. There is little choice but to take the pawn on d4, otherwise you're allowing bishop takes f3 and also all sorts of things that you don't want to deal with. So after knight takes d4, knight d7, the position remains double-edged. It's still pretty difficult to play for both sides. Black has the better structure, but the fact that he can't castle and the dominance of this bishop on c4 is still a big problem. Now notice that here Hikaru Nakamura has decided to play on both flanks, something that is very dangerous when one side has the space advantage. In this case, it's white that now has the space advantage as e4 has disappeared off the board. He played the move f4, trying to simply lock this down. Black is very, very afraid that if this pawn is not taken, white will continue h3, g4, g5, and just maul black on the king side. For this reason, pawn takes f3 was played. And now both choices, knight takes f3 and rook takes f3, are very tempting. Hikaru decided to take with the knight, probably planning to stick it on e5 sometime very soon. Still really like white's position. I think I would have played it a little bit slower. I wouldn't have played f4 immediately. I think he could have prepared it a little bit more. But the fact that white is better hasn't changed in my opinion.
Wow. That move, f4, really took me back, only because I think f3 would have forced the capture, instead of the move f2, f4, I would have played as white f3 myself, forcing the capture. And it seems like, to me, when white played the move f4, I would think I would not have played en passant, because I'm looking at that bishop on c1. Again, I'm a very strategic player. I have a very clear concept that I want to play against the bishop on c1, and when you're playing against the bishops, keep the position closed. So, for example, you could see my games against Gligoric and Lajos Portish. I had such positions as black, and what I want to do is play g6 and h5. Okay, so the idea is just to stop what Alejandro was mentioning, g4, any h3, g4 ideas, and it's a maneuvering game in a very close position. Like, all of the pawn structure is now locked, and in principle, you like the knights.
Right.
In
No,
closed block structures.
I look at this position and I see what you're saying, that when you've got knights against bishop, you want to keep it close. But you know, there's also, if I have this position with white, I know my bishop is back and bad, and there's always this plan after f4 to move the knight to b3 or to b1 somewhere, not to b1, to b3,
right,
and go bishop d2, bishop e1, and activate this bishop. Eventually,
crawling it all the way around the board and
because
out to h5.
In this position, in positions like these, you normally do have time to maneuver around and improve
Absolutely.
pieces. So especially after a move like g6, h5, which you said would probably be something you want to do because you don't want this pawn advance and get checkmated on the
Right,
king side
exactly.
somewhere.
Yes.
But I feel like white's bishop on c1 at some point would then become an asset for him.
Absolutely, he would have to play in such a fashion because he didn't play the move f3. By the way, it's a moot point because in any case, after f4, Vishy did trade. Knight takes f3, and sorry, I thought Vishy played a move. Did I miss it after
He
knight?
did.
Yes.
After f4, he
traded.
Yes, he took on f3.
And no, it's still Vishy's Vishy to play.
Yeah, ef3, knight f3, and now it's his
Okay,
move, yes.
so I mean, ideally, well, look at these pieces. You want to get these pieces going, but there's this annoying thing on b5 that you have to deal with. I don't like queen b7 and knight d7. Alejandro, how is Vishy going to untangle?
Well, first of all, Yasser, I wanted to address something that you were talking about earlier, this idea of g6, keeping the position closed. And I want to remind the viewers that it's something very important in chess, the idea of strategic concepts and long-term plans against immediate threats. And I think that, yes, the plan of putting the knight on b3, bringing the bishop around, this is all very nice, but if I play f5, Yasser, I think you just die. I mean,
died.
Yeah,
I can't keep it.
strong.
I can't keep the position closed.
That's game over. If you play g5, queen e1, queen g3, h4 is just completely winning. If you take on f5, I think you you'd rather resign.
Yeah.
But otherwise, what do? I mean, I'm taking on g6 next move. The knight doesn't have any good squares.
It's about the queen on d7 and the fact that black's pieces are tangled up.
Completely stuck in this position. No, he had to take on f3. The computer definitely agrees with taking on f3 by a far and away. And I completely agree with your suggestion of queen b7. I don't see any other move. The queen has to come here in order to let the bishop develop somewhere, even if it's e6 or g4, and that allows the knight to come to d7 and the rooks to be connected. Now, I think bishop d3 would be a good way for Hikaru to continue, simply to put the bishop in a better diagonal. It allows knight e5 to be even stronger soon, and then maybe even targets knight h4 coming to f5. Still a little bit better for white, but its key move, queen b7, will allow some of black's pieces to come back into the game. This is the kind of position that Anand needs to defend very, very, very carefully, whereas I think that Hikaru can pretty much play whatever move he wants, and he'll retain pressure all over the board. It's very difficult, in my opinion, to play the black side of the position, even though objectively, perhaps he's not doing so badly. Now, in the other game, Topalov has found the move, knight d7 very quickly, and we saw knight takes d4 being played. Knight ac2 was played also very quickly by Fabiano Caruana. If I remember correctly, you have to play knight b6 in this position to justify the way the black has played in order to grab this bishop on c4. This would absolutely force the move queen b3 in order to keep this bishop defended. And after, I think it was a4, the queen goes to c3, you finally go knight e d5, and you're able to castle sometime soon. And this is more or less what I remember looking at from this position. It's been a couple of years already since I've seen it. But knight ac2, I still remember considering this move, and that the only justification for black's play would be knight b6. Otherwise, he is just clearly worse. We still are waiting moves on both games, but Hikaru just seems like he has the best position out of all of them.
All right. I'm having this bad deja vu in the game of Veselin Topalov and Fabiano Caruana. You mentioned knight b6, queen b3, a4, and yesterday the bishop on c4 was left hanging so that you could play the move queen g3. And I was thinking, oh, it would be kind of funny, a strange reversal of the roles if Veselin was now invited to capture a bishop.
At least it's not going for free.
Yes, exactly. And it was Fabiano who left his bishop on c4
Right.
hanging.
Well, we're going to find out
Excuse
if
me.
we see a repeat of that. But we've got a caller with us. Let's get him on board. Hi, tell us where you're calling from and who you are.
Hi, I'm calling from Moscow, Idaho, and my name is Nick.
Hi, Nick.
So, I'm asking about, yesterday you guys were talking about draws, and I had an idea about changing the scoring. So,
Right, go ahead.
have you guys ever played on Lee Chess? It's online.
I have, yes.
Well, for the tournament, you get more points for more wins in a row, right?
Yes, what they call streaks in that tournament. Hello?
And so I was wondering if, in say like a Sinquefield Cup, you could institute something like that, and maybe a berserk mode or something, where if you took less time, you could gain more points.
Well, it's definitely a suggestion that I've heard before. The idea you're saying to use it sometimes, like the free online website leechess.org, I believe, that allows the players to somewhat sacrifice their time, they call it berserk mode, in order to, I believe, win more points towards the tournament, or that if you're on a hot streak, if you win many games in a row, you actually gain more points than you normally would. I'm not entirely sure that such incentives would really change the way that the game is played. After all, we're not even talking about streaks right now. We're talking about bringing the percentage of draws down from the 70s and even 80s. So speaking of a streak, it just goes a long way. I mean, a streak would have to be 3 or more, whereas most players in a 9-round round robin would win 3 total, and maybe even win the tournament just with that alone. So there's a lot of solutions out there. I'm not a big fan of things that mess with the scoring system directly. I think that having 1, half, and 0 is completely fine for most cases. I think that we still have a lot of approaches that could be tried before we have to resort to changing the scoring system. Specifically, the soccer scoring system that they were using earlier in certain tournaments, I didn't feel was as successful as a lot of people had imagined it to be, because it doesn't change the nature of the game. It's still, at the end, a lot of the black players will be trying to play for a draw. It doesn't really encourage them as much as they thought to be going for incredibly double-edged positions with both colors. So there's a lot of suggestions out there, and thank you for bringing up the way the Lee Chess handles those games. But of course, that's more of like a fun little entertainment value for the tournaments, considering that, well, in Lee Chess, we very rarely see draws anyways, as those tournaments are mainly blitz or a bullet, especially a lot of bullet ones. I've had the pleasure of playing on that side quite a few times. And it has a couple of interesting scoring systems and ideas. I just don't think that we need to mess the scoring system up right now. I think chess still has a lot to look forward to as far as time controls, as far as formats, without completely changing the way that the tournaments are scored, especially in tournaments like round robins that are different from big Swisses. It's not so easy to impose something like a streak system. It would be a little bit unfair if somebody won 3 in a row compared to somebody winning 3 in separate occasions, and there was really no reason to reward one over the other. Now, I want to go into the game as I see a couple of updates. But before we do that, we're going to go with Cristian Chirila, who has been keeping his eye on the match in New York City.
Thanks, guys. A quick update on the World Championship game. In the last stage of the game, the players rearranged their pieces. The black king got to the center. The bishop on f6 is safely controlling the h4 square, so the rook cannot move there and attack the h6 weakness. The knight jumped from f3 all the way to d3. Now he's controlling much more squares. He's controlling the f4 square, the e5 square, the c5 square. So he's ready to go either side. An important juncture in the game. Now, white has to push his pawns on the king side. He can either play g4 and cement the weakness on h6, or he can play f4, which is what the world championship, the world champion did. Now, black had a very difficult decision to make. He can wait for g4, and then he will have the weakness on h6 forever, or he can play h5 and block white's pawn storm on the king side. This is what he played. A very, very brave and very good decision, in my opinion, by the challenger. Now, white played a4, trying to grab more space on the queen side, and now another important decision for Karyakin. He could have played rook c7 and offered the rook exchange. Instead, he went rook d5, keeping this rook on the board. The king will go to d7, the pawn will go to b6. I think this is a very, very safe position for black. I don't expect a different result, but a draw. Back to you guys.
I do like
Good
how
defense.
Karyakin has
Good
played
defense.
this ending, you know, placing his bishop on f6, the pawns on f7, e6. He's taken a very good structure, and I think he's doing pretty well with black right now. I mean, if I had to pick one, I would be black here, actually.
Black, I think it's a draw, but...
Yeah, of course. I mean, like, you don't have the most ideal pawn structure with the pawn on h5, but I mean, I think he's actually taken the best possible position for his pieces here.
Alejandro.
He's going crazy.
Yes.
Like, what is Tania saying?
Look, Tanya, if you're going to play that position against me with the black pieces, I could make a living out of that.
It's a showdown in St. Louis. What are you saying? What are you saying? You think
Let's do it after.
Magnus has an edge?
No, I
Big
think that Magnus will not win today. I think Karyakin is an excellent patient defender. He is one of the more resourceful kind of players when it comes to having absolutely no activity. He is one of those players that's not afraid of doing nothing for 100 moves and just keeping the position closed and drawn. But to be completely clear, only one side is going to be pushing for any side of a kind of advantage in that position because of the weakness on h5, because the bishop on f6 has no targets, because the knight on d3 is relatively powerful. It's only Magnus Carlsen that will at any point be pushing for anything if something were to happen. I agree with Cristian that the most likely result is a draw, but if somebody gave me the position and it's like, would you rather be black or white? Well, I'd be white in a heartbeat.
I just didn't see how white wanted to attack the h5 pawn, but I get it that it is a weakness and a long-term weakness. It's not going anywhere, but I mean, I wouldn't mind being black, but I get what your point is, Alejandro. But I'm willing to take that challenge on later. We'll keep our viewers posted on how that part too. So let's go back to our
the exciting exchange sacrifice by Vishy.
Now, I don't like what Hikaru has done. It seems like he was taunted here by Vishy Anand playing the knight move, knight e4. The knight, of course, is fine, but it can be attacked. The computer was suggesting to play the bishop to d3, maybe follow it up with queen c2. It's kind of tempting black to play knight takes c3. The computer thinks that after queen c2 here, now I can put the knight on e5, a little bit of a clever way of doing the same thing that Hikaru has done. But the knight on e5 immediately, perhaps not the greatest of choices. The reason is that after rook takes e5, which is absolutely forced, otherwise f7 is going to be hanging. Rook takes e5, pawn takes e5, obviously knight takes e3, recovers some material. Now, Hikaru is thinking, but I'm not entirely sure why, because it doesn't matter where the queen goes. Black should take on e2, queen takes e2, and we get this kind of position that after queen b7, the bishop will land on e6, the knight will land on d7, white's up the exchange, I know, but it doesn't feel to me like it's a comfortable exchange. You've killed any chances of attacking the king side. Pawn on c5 is going to be a weakness. If I ever take, the knight is going to land on c6, attacking e5, and there's going to be two connected passed pawns on this side of the board. If I don't take, then I have to be worried about b4 and a5 coming, cementing a protected passed pawn on this side of the board. I don't like knight e5 at all. That's just my evaluation of that move. I think it's a bad move. It was too fast, and it kind of fell into Vishy's hands.
Agreed on all counts. Just go back a few moves. And you were saying it doesn't really matter where the queen goes. I think the reason why Hikaru is actually thinking because there is a possibility that after, for example, like a move like Queen D3, he's double guessing and he's thinking, well, could Black play B4 and potentially A5 and Bishop A6? So that's why maybe he's thinking Queen C2 or Queen E1 is a bit more precise. Maybe he would like to play Queen D3, but he has misgivings.
He did play the move Queen C2, and I don't believe B4 at any point because White can go himself A5.
Okay.
And I think the B4 pawn will be a complete weakness. Now, Vishy does have the possibility of being greedy and taking on A4, but I don't like misplacing the knight and keeping the bishop on D3 alive. I think that's a little bit risky. Personally, I would just take the bishop on E2. Computer is deciding that both moves actually are okay. I'm only looking at taking the bishop from my point of view.
Okay, and the next thing is that once you take the bishop, which I agree with, by the way, I'm a pawn grubber. I want to take the pawn on A4, but I'll take the bishop. Queen takes. I don't have to play the move Queen B7. There's no bishop B5 in the position anymore. So Black actually has a choice of Queen C7, Queen E7. He doesn't necessarily have to protect the A8 rook anymore because there's no bishop B5 cheapos.
That's correct. It does seem like you can play Queen C7. Computer seems to be a little bit afraid of E4. Let me see what the difference is as E4 in this position.
I was going to go bishop E6 anyway.
Well, yeah, I think from a human point of view, I agree with what you're saying. The computer here wants to play B4,
wow,
which I don't quite understand. Yeah, that's a little strange to me.
Optimistic.
A little optimistic. But after E4, I can see what you're saying. Bishop E6, stick a bishop on this square. But notice that you cannot do this in this position because after pawn takes B5, I'm not really sure how you recapture. You have to take here, but then you've lost the stability of the bishop on the D5 square, which I'm not very happy about.
That's why Queen B7 was actually, even though it was necessary earlier, and it's still necessary, it seems to be.
It seems like bishop E6, and then with the bishop being stable here, it seems that Black has some chances, even though E4 does seem to be the best chance. For example, pawn takes, bishop H6. Some kind of ideas like this might be very scary. This kind of reminds me of the Topalov game.
Yeah, and again, echoes.
But Vishy decided, no, I don't care. I'm going to take on A4.
There you go.
Very brave. Never in a million years would I have done that. And I'm scared for E4 here in this position, as the bishop is now going to come into D3 in the very near future. And specifically, I don't like the fact that the knight on A4 doesn't have a good way of returning into the game. Yes, it's attacking the pawn on C5, but it cannot coordinate immediately with the other pieces. This has to be very well calculated and traversed by Vishy, because he might easily find himself in a position where these two bishops will be barreling down on the king side, and he has to have adequate play for it. He needs to be careful that those pieces that are stuck on the other side of the board are not just too far from the king. He needs to be very precise from now on.
I did love the idea of rook e5 and giving this exchange, but I have to say after knight a4, it does look very, very dangerous.
Oh, no question about the danger.
I don't see this knight coming back.
No.
Anytime soon.
That was a
I am
really
quite surprised with this
surprising
decision.
Yes, indeed. I am as well. I would have considered knight a4, but rejected it after further thought. Because of the move e4 and the fact that literally all of Black's pieces, minor and as well as the rook on a8, are stuck on the queen side. With these two bishops, this bishop on c1 ready to go to h6, this bishop ready to go to h5, Black could easily just simply be overrun on the king side. This is super, super dangerous.
I mean, I look at this position, and after e4, what would be the right way? I mean, I almost feel like I should take on e4 here. Because if I go d4, I'm scared of losing this pawn to rook d1, and...
I wouldn't be so scared of losing the pawn to d2.
No.
I'm just, again, I'm just seeing there's a lot of pieces coming very quickly to the king side.
And even, I don't know if you can go something like bishop h6 here.
I will, very, very happily.
Yeah,
Ideas of,
really dangerous.
you know, the rover coming up and over either rook f3. I don't think you can take this bishop on h5. This is a very provocative,
very dangerous position. I mean, you cannot let this bishop on e2 survive, because after bishop h5, you're forced to create these weaknesses along your king.
Exactly.
And a move like g6 is inviting a lot of different kinds of checkmates.
I mean, I would probably go for a move like Queen E7 here, hoping to very quickly play Bishop E6 so that I could shore up the F7 pawn. And on a good day, Queen takes C5, get the queens off the board, and rescue my wayward knight on A5. This is where calculation. First of all, I totally agree with Alejandro that the judgment of Hikaru was wrong. He shouldn't have forced this exchange sacrifice. I think Vishy was happy to get such a imbalanced position. But now it's all about calculation.
Right. And you can see from Hikaru's, the way he's sitting on the board, that's exactly what he's doing.
Yes.
He is calculating the lines, and he knows that knight A4 is not what he
had calculated originally when he went into
because
this
he
whole
was probably
line.
not expecting it, and he knows that Black's king is in a lot of danger. And this is exactly the kind of position that he really enjoys.
Yes. But this is Vishy as well. Vishy is also kind of a agent provocateur. He likes, he's got, it is 2 pawns, right? It's 2 pawns for the exchange.
At the moment, yes.
But that's a huge queenside majority, right?
But your pieces, I mean, I look at the rook, knight, and bishop.
But if you solve that,
knight.
yes, if you solve, I mean, on a good day, you play bishop e6, knight d7, and it could be totally terrible for white. I mean, he could just like lose without a whimper. So this is a big challenge for both players, and Hikaru has to be very precise in his handling of the position because it could easily be over.
It's the kind of position you cannot play slowly in. You have got to rush up and not allow Black to regroup and develop his pieces.
Exactly.
We've got a move on the board, so he played e4.
As expected.
Of course.
And now this is a big moment in turn for Vishy. Lots of choices, queen c7, queen e7. You mentioned taking on e4 as well as d4.
Right. I mean, d4, bishop h5 looked very, very dangerous.
Yes.
I think we can almost rule that out. And
right.
It's interesting because I'm wondering, even after a move like de4, if you can just ignore the pawn for a while and just continue with the idea of bishop h5. Because I was thinking if you go queen e4, then I've probably got knight c5 anyway. So
exactly. Alejandro.
Guys, remember that Hikaru Nakamura is a devilish attacker. E4, pawn takes e4 will not save you at all. Notice that you are opening up certain diagonals. You have to be very careful about it. And when you're starting to think, well, the pawn on f7 is a little bit exposed, how can I attack it? And then you realize, I would really like to play bishop c4 and attack the pawn. Well, there's only one thing preventing you from doing it. Rook takes a4.
Right. Very nice.
Pawn takes, bishop c4, and look at these pieces. They're just ridiculous. No way to defend against rook takes f7. That would be completely winning. Bishop c4 is resigns in this position. For this reason,
Which he did make a
bishop
move.
played queen e8, but the computer doesn't approve of that very much. Actually, the only move it really liked was queen c7 with the similar ideas as you had, Yasser, with bishop e6, but it said that if you played queen e7, then pawn takes d5, pawn takes d5. This push of pawn c6 just distracted Black's pieces a little bit too much. Notice this bishop's coming into d3 just will be killing Black's position. Queen e8 has a similar idea. It retains that defense over the c6 square, but still the computer saying that her pawn takes d5, pawn takes d5, bishop d3. White has a significant advantage. I think that I would be very scared playing this position with the Black pieces. It seems like White has all the development, all the possibilities of attacking, and the defending in this position is already very unpleasant. And I'm going to leave you guys to analyze something that's happened in the Topalov game, as it seems like Veselin has castled queenside.
Oh my!
Interesting.
Oh my! How did that happen? Throughout the broadcast, Alejandro is saying, "You're going to have difficulties castling kingside." He didn't tell me that I could castle queenside. So when we left it at about these parts: knight b6, queen b3. Alejandro had mentioned the move a4, and we looked at queen g3, however briefly, but that was not Veselin's choice. He played queen d6. Okay, we kind of got to get the zen of that move. Castles. A4, queen c3.
I mean, if you can't castle king side, you've got to go and defend your king somewhere in this position. And actually, it doesn't look. It looks quite an interesting choice to me to play this way.
Razor sharp.
Yeah,
I love
this position.
The double-edged games of kings on opposite flanks.
And
right?
you know, I don't know what the computer is saying here, but like these are the kind of positions that are so dynamically balanced because there are these different things happening that a lot of times the computer will give 0, 0, 0.
I hate that.
It's nothing like that. It is
No.
as far away from an equal position
And dead
as
equal
you
at
can.
that, yes.
A dead equal position, but yeah. So actually, computers' judgment in these positions is not something that's very
shared,
easy to understand.
And they're definitely not shared by human players.
Yes.
So in this position, after the move castles, which really ups the ante, you know, one of our 5 elements is king safety. The first thing you have to say is, well, black's king does look a little bit more vulnerable than white's, simply because this is a pawn on a4. But having said that, it's not going to be easy for white to get at black's king. I mean, black is ready to just tuck it in with king b8.
The knight on b6 is a good defender as well.
And there's not like there's a pawn storm, you know, a c4, c5 coming to aggravate matters. And the d5 square is a very solid, good central outpost for one of the knights. You know what? It feels like 0, 0, 0. No, I'm kidding, of course. But this is 3 results. I think black is going to be satisfied with the outcome of the opening in this game.
No, yeah, I agree with that. And I also feel like, for example, exchanging pieces here seems like it's something that would favor black as well. Just simply, I mean, if you look at the
pawn?
Yeah, if you look at the pawn structure, just absolutely, basically, white has got these 3 pawn islands, and black has got a better pawn structure. Going into an endgame is not going to be a problem for black at all. And otherwise, also on attacking on white's king, just pushing the pawn seems like an easier plan than white trying to find something against the king. And I'm totally ready for Alejandro to tell me that I am wrong yet again.
No, he's not going to do that, because I think where white is going to Fabi's play is really going to be down the e file, and specifically he's still eyeballing the e6 square, right?
Right.
I mean, something might jump into e6, and the e file, it's not really going to be attacks against the opponent's king. Also, the superfluous knight argument, this knight on c2 and knight on d4, that's not a harmonious setup with this pawn on d2. Move that pawn on d2 to the e3 square, and
it's a completely different game.
Right. I'm revving up my interest on the white position. I think I might prefer black here. Alejandro.
It's just a very complicated position, Yasser. I completely agree with what you were saying, that all 3 results are possible. It's hard to really prefer anybody, as Tania was pointing out. The computers does think it's a 0.00.
Oh, good guess.
So after h3, bishop d7, Fabiano decided to play the rook f to e1. Computers were suggesting to put the rook on c1 instead to add the pressure on the c file, just on a good day, give that checkmate. But after bishop d7, rook f e1 was Fabiano's choice. I like knight e d5, which was the suggestion of the engine, just attacking the queen and putting the knight in a good square, also covering the hole on e6. And let's remember that we have this battle of dynamic possibilities against the static ones. In the long term, black's going to be better because of the pawn structure. The pawn on b5 is going to be weak. The pawn on d2 is already quite weak. So white has to keep up this kind of play, this kind of weakness hunting, in order to be able to keep equality, if you will. And I think knight e5 has a very good job of trying to force white into certain decisions. It forces the queen to find a place. Do you want to go to the queen side with queen a5, or do you want to go to the king side with something like queen f3 along those lines, or queen d3? So I don't really know exactly which is best. Queen a5 could be a move in this position. Of course, the bishop's not hanging because of checkmate on a8, but after something simple, even like king b8, I agree with Yasser. I would rather have the black pieces.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely.
You know something's wrong when Alejandro
agrees with us.
Okay, I mean, it's a bad day. Let's turn to that exciting exchange sacrifice position.
So queen
Vishy
e8.
had essayed this move, queen e8, frowned upon by the computer. How are you going to prosecute the attack, Tania? I know you like to be on the initiative. By the way, wasn't that a beautiful line with rook takes a4? That really clears the cobwebs. Why
Absolutely.
d4 and d takes e4 were both wrong.
Right, and that is such a good instructive position to show that how important it is to develop your pieces, because in this position after rook a4, we saw this position with bishop c4, and it was impossible to defend on f7.
Exactly.
Because you've got your rook on e8, your knight on b8, your bishop on c8, everything stuck. I mean, if just that bishop could be on e6. That is all. Yes, that's all that you need. So.
How to continue though
the
now
attack
after queen
with,
e8? First of all, I'm always reluctant whenever there's a knight on b8 like this. I'm always reluctant to how do you say lessen the tension, because I'm fearful that I've gifted a very nice developing square for the knight on b8. I'd like the knight to go to d7 before I resolve the tension. So I'm looking for a move other than e takes d5, and I'm attracted to rook a3.
That's interesting.
To
Rook
come
lift
across.
to bring the rook to the attack.
I'm attracted to bishop h6 and bishop h5.
Yeah.
But I have to be precise as well, because I know as soon as black plays bishop e6, there's going to be a swarm, a black pawn swarm in the very near future, in the next 10-15 moves. I might place 3 connected passed pawns, so I have to be very precise.
You know, queen e8 is quite interesting what Vishy decided to play, also because as the computer said, queen c7 was the most accurate, but queen e8 has the same ideas in many ways. You're putting pressure on the e5 pawn. You've got the c6 square covered if he takes on d5. So maybe not the best move from the computer, but I still think it's...
from the human point of view,
it's a pretty... He's found an accurate way to keep going in this position. And we're going to come back really soon. We're going to take a short break, and we'll see you soon after.
I thought we were going to go for rook a3.
I'm Mike Matheny, and there's nothing better than watching some of the best players compete at the highest level. St. Louis has a long tradition of great players and championship moments. Beginning August 23rd, St. Louis will witness another great sporting event as the 2015 Sinquefield Cup plays host to the 10 top chess players in the world. You can watch in person at the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, or watch online at grandchesstour.com. You won't want to miss a moment of this historic tournament.
welcome back to Game 1, our second round robin of the classical format. We've got both our games underway, and both positions are actually really heating up. I am quite excited to see how it turns out because they're both extremely dynamic positions, Yasser.
Absolutely. No, I love the games that are going on currently. The game between Fabiano Caruana and Veselin Topalov. We just saw this trade taking place on the d5 square after knight d5. We left it about these parts. Bishop d5, knight d5, queen a5. Okay, don't overlook a mate in one threat. And he did not. Knight b6, also protecting the pawn on e4. Logically, a logical move by Fabiano. Rook e3, preparing to double up on the e-file. And this game really is a full tense battle going on. But really the game that has caught our attention during the break in a remarkable concept. I can say that because I don't understand it. That's our safe code words. You know, like when you don't understand it.
Very
remarkable. Remarkable idea. We had actually been discussing the engine's #1 choice, which was takes on d5, bishop d3.
G6.
And here the move g7, g6, a move you really don't want to play.
Because of your weaknesses.
The dark square weaknesses, and we saw that yesterday, Veselin sacrificing an entire piece just to create these dark square weaknesses. In this case, the computer's going 0, 0, 0. Instead, the remarkable idea of bishop d3, d4, very logical, trying to keep the position closed. And by the way, giving our knight on a4, our wayward knight, a kind of an anchor square on c3. e5, e6. Wow. Bishop takes e6 and bishop f4. And at this point, I just have to turn it over to Alejandro and say, Alejandro, educate me. What's going on here?
Well, Yasser, I don't know.
Well, thanks.
After the move d4, it seems already that this was a little dubious to allow black to close down on d4. I understand that knight c6 is not something that you wanted to allow, but he takes d5, at least open up the bishop. Imagine if you could just swap those pawns right now. I think everybody would do it in a heartbeat. I'm not entirely sure about this, but the move e6 is definitely baffling. The computers are already not liking white's position too much. They want to take on a4 and just try to start getting rid of black's pawn majority. e6, though, I guess the only idea really is to activate the bishop, but very smart play here from Vishy Anand. He put the pawn on a5. I think perhaps Hikaru was expecting knight d7, after which bishop d6. I can see why he's kind of doing this, because now the knight on d7 doesn't have a lot of good moves. I'm not entirely sure how he's going to continue, to be honest, but the way that Vishy played was far stronger. a5, and now after bishop d6, the knight comes to a6, and now coming to b4. Notice the difference in power of this knight on b4 compared to the one on d7. It's going to be attacking the bishop on d3. It's going to be generating some pressure. It's going to be allowing him to maybe even push the pawns once the knight is either traded on d3 or the knight on a4 moves, and I can pass the a4 pawn. Very quick moves. We have e5. Instantly, Vishy played g6. The computers were preferring h6 instead. I don't think there's a huge difference, but g6 looks fine to me. Notice that with the bishop stuck on d6, there isn't a really good way of exploiting these dark square weaknesses. The bishop cannot easily transfer to the f6 square where it would much rather be. It seems right now that Hikaru is the one completely against the wall, and that's not surprising considering the fact that you were saying, Yasser, white has to be very fast. Otherwise, the black pawns on the queen side will start rolling down the board. And he just hasn't been fast enough. He hasn't created any real threats yet. He's improved his bishop, but that was not the crux of the position. The bishop on d6 is not that much better than it was in c1. In essence, it actually has lost a couple of its attacking possibilities. We can see that it can no longer reroute to some of the squares that it wanted to be. It feels a little stuck on d6 rather than being a powerful bishop. I'd rather be black any day of the week here. The knight is coming to b4, the knight is coming to c3. Hikaru still has to put in threats, because if he stops putting threats on the board, the knights will come in, the pawns will advance, and that'll be game over.
Absolutely. Well, turnarounds, we've seen a number of turnarounds. Maybe it's a time control. It is a fast time control at 60 minutes per player. But this move, e5, e6, Alejandro said baffling. That's a very good word because
No,
it really took me by surprise.
I get it, but I think if you're looking for an explanation of why it was played, I think it was just so that Hikaru wanted to make sure that the bishop on d3 has a future. At some point, you can play e5, and like Alejandro pointed out, he probably missed this idea of developing the knight from a6, which I think is extremely important and strong in this position. I mean, you put the knight on d7 and bishop d6, e5, maybe the position is already
good for white.
Yeah, good for white. But this knight on a6 and knight b4, and now you're suddenly wondering what white is doing by improving this bishop on d3. He's given this pawn with e6. Even if he plays e5, the position that we have on the board right now, it's almost impossible to make use of the dark square weaknesses. And I actually have to agree that I do like black here.
Absolutely.
We were wondering what's the future of the knight on a4. I mean, now if the knight comes to c3, you've got, you know, the b4 square, the d5 square, your pawns are rolling. It's
and brilliant future. You have a great future.
I'm just trying to see what is White's idea to kind of continue his attack, because that's exactly what he has to do somehow.
It's
try to get the queen to h6. It looks really tough. You're already thinking about rook a4.
I'm trying. I'm thinking about trying to bail out with rook a4 precisely, and it's not a very good bailout option. But at least I can give back an exchange and maybe get a pawn or two. But I'm not happy here with white because I can just see a lot of easy flowing play for Vishy. Knight b4 is coming, and this bishop on e6 is absolutely fantastic. It plays a great defensive and offensive role.
Right, and the bishop on d6 looks really pretty out there.
Yeah, take a photo, but it does nothing.
That's pretty much all you're going to get.
Yeah.
And so that's interesting. We're going to see what Hikaru finds here, what resources he comes up with.
Just looking at the webcam, Hikaru has been in this very concentrated, calculating mode. And somehow, I'm sure this a5, knight a6 escaped his attention, because that was a really a beauty. Yeah, it was a beautiful idea by Vishy, well hidden.
Yes.
And
I have to say that really did solve all of Black's problem, a5 and knight a6, and I think this is exactly what Hikaru had missed.
Yes, very impressive.
Vishy does look very relaxed on the board right now, very different from what we saw him a couple of moves earlier.
Yeah.
But this is amazing, I think, about chess, that you know how the positions change, you can even see the body language of players changing.
I talked to Jennifer about that a lot. Tells in the world of poker, which she also plays. Tells are very important to see if a player is bluffing or not. We could tell yesterday whether Veselin was bluffing. I think he was very confidently assured that he was doing the right thing, having, blissfully unaware
but
that
when he
it was
did come
a
to the
good
studio, he actually did believe in the sacrifice as well.
Absolutely.
It wasn't a bluff that he was doing. He actually thought that was something that he could play on. And it's very interesting because, after we spoke a lot about that move, the queen g3 move, and these kind of moves in general where you sacrifice something and there is no immediate return that you get back, but you kind of play on for initiative. Now, a 2600 or 2700 plus grandmaster, for them it's easy to see, but a lot of players who are, say, between the rating of 1000 till about 2000, it's very tough for them to understand moves like queen g3 and make moves like that.
Absolutely.
And how would you? So I got this question asked a lot yesterday, actually, by a couple of people, that how do you explain this move, and how can they get to a point where they can see this move? Because for them, at that level, to make moves for initiative is extremely tough.
Well, the answer there is literally the training, literally experience, developing what I would call a nose for the initiative. There was this lovely story. Miguel Najdorf was playing in a tournament with Alexander Alekhine, and Alekhine, his opponent, was a fellow by the name of Buk. This umlauts above the O's. And Najdorf came over and looked. Alekhine's a rook down, just a rook down, right? And Alekhine's eyes are like, wait a minute, where's the rook? What am I missing? Alekhine got up and put his arm around Najdorf, and he said, my nose is telling me there's something there.
Yeah.
And Alekhine wanted brilliancy, one of his most celebrated victories, a rook down, and Miguel was just like walking around thinking, when will I ever be good enough to play such a sacrifice?
Yeah.
And it comes with experience, with the knowledge of just putting in the hours. And that's where your answer is. I mean, it just takes a lot of practice.
And I think this nose that you're talking about, it's really interesting because I think it's exactly studying moves like this and watching moves like these. Maybe you will not make a queen g3 really fast, but just understanding the dangers that exist in a position, the fact that when you sacrifice, it's not just to achieve something immediately, but you can't see how your opponent is going to regroup. How is he going to get out of the mess? So you have moves like queen g3, you have moves like rook h1, which was played at the European Club Cup recently. I mean, it was Aronian versus Richard Rappo, and if somebody hasn't seen that game, go and watch it right now.
It's lovely.
Yeah, it's just lovely. And so you study more positions like this, and I think you develop that over time.
Absolutely. Let's turn our attention to the other game, Fabiano Caruana. When we left it, Fabi had just played the move rook e3, rook e8, getting ready to contest the e-file, rook b1. Now that's a hard move for me to guess. I'm not sure what I would have played, but I don't think rook b1 would have been really high on my list of candidates. Then came rook e5, a move I understand. Now rook a3. So essentially, with his play, Caruana is giving up the e-file, and he's committing himself to a successful queenside mating attack.
He has the immediate threat of rook a4.
And have I caught up? Has there been a move after rook a4? So
rook d8.
Rook David 8 to e8. So basically, how important is this a pawn? Oh, it's very nice. You get to go rook takes a4, but then so what? The a file, you almost have to move the rook again so that you could go a4, a5. Right now, this knight on b6 is just a dam. It's holding up the entire white attack. In the meanwhile, the only open file in the position is the e file, which black has correctly doubled his rooks on. And I'm thinking that Caruana has been lured, baited into capturing a pawn that may be a dead end.
Yeah, but what's going on after rook a4?
Well, let's have a look. Rook takes a4. Now, again, I talk about the temperament of Veselin and being a player who loves to be on an attack. So now he's looking at the queen side and saying, okay, you've won a pawn, life is good. Let me start to try to tickle on the king side myself. Let me play a move like g4 and just challenge you. My intention is caveman style. I want to go g5.
But am I not just going queen a8 now?
Queen. Oh. Checkmate.
No,
I apologize. Check. I have to actually.
Rook a4, I feel like it should have some kind of, because you've got these threats on e1. I'm just trying to see if there's a direct repetition.
Guys, you're thinking too hard and missing the obvious.
Is it?
Yes, checkmate. Sorry.
In this
Is
position,
bishop
after
h3?
rook takes a4.
yeah, after bishop takes rook takes a4, bishop takes h3, just completely winning here. Right. If you take on h3, I'm just going to checkmate you. I go rook g5 check, and you have no defense. Don't notice how all of white's pieces are on this side of the board.
Yes.
The king has no defense whatsoever. If I go king f1,
Queen h2, right?
Queen h2 is just completely game over.
Right.
That's it. That's completely done. If
Right.
the king goes to h1 instead, then the move queen f4, among others, just puts too much pressure on this side of the board. Queen h4 is a huge threat. You have nothing now that I've vacated the square on d7. So rook takes a4 just completely loses to bishop takes h3. Actually, Fabiano ended up playing the move rook e3, which completely shows that whatever strategy he had was not working. He has said, I made a mistake. I have to go back with my rook. This is a very unpleasant position to play now for the white pieces. I expect that pretty much any move here for Topalov gives him an advantage. And I like the one he chose, king b8, making that king just a little bit safer and saying, hey, you haven't done anything in the last few moves. You rovered your rook to a3, you brought it back, there's been no progress. And as we had mentioned, this is one of the two games in which white has to put pressure. He has to keep making those threats, or strategically he will be lost in the long run.
Wow. Well, first of all, thank you for clearing the cobwebs. Bishop h3 is just a stone cold winner, right? Yes. And it really is. It's so tough to make this move rook a3 e3 to, realize that, boy, you just really went down, off track and now you're trying to get back into the game. But this loss of tempi also, now the move rook b1 also looks completely misplaced.
Yeah.
So just 3 tempi that have been given up by Fabiano.
No, I think
it's just great position now. Very good position for Veselin.
Right. The entire plan with rook a3 was
Dead
not
end,
working,
right.
but I think rook e3 would be a choice that probably many of us would make. Just seeing the position, I mean, it's obvious that there are threats with rook e1 at any point, not immediately because
Right.
you've got the knight and rook. But I like this rook on e3 because, I mean, you are on the defense here, right? And if black takes rook e3, you've solved all your problems, right? He's never going to take it, but it's a good square to challenge the e-file from.
Sure.
Rook a3, you've gone wrong, you admit it. And now we did like black's position for a while now. But now the question is, how is black going to continue his attack?
Well, exactly. First of all, how sweet it is. He has tucked his king in nicely, king b8. So basically, with everything on hold on the queen side, it's time to make a pawn storm for black on the king side. I start thinking about f5, f4, f5, g5, f4. I start thinking about rushing the pawns, and I start to say to myself, do I start with g5 or do I start with f5? So let me pick one, and we'll go from there. I'll go f5. Whoops. No. Is it? Whose turn is it?
It's white's move after king b8. It's white to play. And we still have a move.
So white has to come up with a move.
White has to come up with something,
but I'm
which is
saying
not
that
easy
from black's point of view, I think black is just ready to rev up.
Maybe knight d5 somewhere. Maybe I don't know. I really like black's position
Me
here,
too.
Yasser.
I have to confess.
Tough to come up with some ideas for white.
I think I would start to look at moves like knight
f3.
Trying to provoke rook takes e3, d takes e, and trying to get a knight back to d4. Even here, I like the fact that
g5 or maybe queen d3 is also
lots of
queen d3. You've got knight d4. It's interesting.
Yeah, lots of good opportunities here for black, and it's not a pleasant position for white, and especially because he's just wasted. He's wasted so much time with his whole maneuvers.
So the time situation is more or less even right now. It's 20 minutes to 19 minutes. Let's see what Alejandro has to say about this position.
Well, I just saw Fabiano's last move, rook d3. Not only is it very suspicious looking, but I think it's a flat-out blunder. Let's see if the tactician Veselin Topalov can spot the win. It's actually not that hard, but I guess Fabiano was just having trouble finding a move. Here in this position of the move rook d3, it's this simple idea. Bishop takes b5. Maybe it was a pawn sacrifice. I really don't think so. But how do you take this bishop? I don't see how. If you take with the rook, then rook e1 is now checkmate on the back rank because the queen is controlling h2 and the rook has left the first rank. Bishop takes b5. If you take with the knight, then of course this rook is hanging. You have a spy check on a7, but as soon as I move to c8, that was the end of your attack. That's all there is to it. So after bishop takes b5, you actually have to move the rook again. I don't see anything. It does open the b file, but that's not compensation for a pawn. If you say, I don't want to open the b file, black can even go bishop f5. Kind of the similar idea, exploiting the idea. Knight c6 check. Remember that there is a pin here on.
Right, so you just take queen c6.
Yeah, exactly. Queen takes c6, and if you take, I take your queen, so I win a piece. You don't have this option. Bishop f5 and bishop takes b5 are both very powerful moves.
Like
the greedy one is just bishop b5.
Yeah.
Funny, the computer likes bishop b5 and I'm a pawn grubber, but I like bishop f5
I'm also
better.
drawn to bishop f5. I don't know why.
I don't want to open up the b file. After bishop b5, bishop takes c2, my game is just gorgeous.
It's a very nice game. I mean, rook e3 is probably the only move you can play, which surprises me that he played rook d3 to begin with, because after bishop f5, I don't see what else he can do.
And what happens after knight c4? Can I not go knight c4?
Yeah, knight c4 and 4.
Maybe knight f5 on knight c4. Is it knight
f5?
c4?
Oh, no, bishop c2.
This is hanging right
knight
now, right?
F5, yeah.
No, if you want, you can take on c2, of course, it's completely fine. Taking on c2. Then the computer is not recommending the move knight c4
rook
because
E5.
I can take on e5 intermediate. So instead it's saying just add pressure to the position, put the queen on d5, target the spot on a2, keep all of the pressure on the board. I think black's position is really strong and white is very close to collapsing.
Exactly. Rook d3 just
Maybe it's just provoking
feels
bishop
wrong.
b5, you know? Because a computer says bishop b5 is good, and Topalov is about to make his move, so we're going to find out what. But I file like somewhere opening the b file, maybe that's what Fabiano is looking for. It's hard to imagine that after rook d3 he missed bishop b5. You know, he's obviously seen that move.
Yes. Well, this move rook d3, it just it just feels very, very weird.
Very, very
and
strange.
we're looking at both bishop f5, bishop b5. Bishop b5 is a bit hidden, let's face it, because the pawn on b5 is defended multiple times. I see a move like rook d3, and like my gut instinct
It's bishop f5.
is actually rook d5.
Oh, okay.
I mean, if you're going to put your rook in a pin, I'm going to line up and keep your knight pinned, right? I mean, there's something to be said for just saying, challenging you and going, what have you just done? Haven't you just walked into some kind of a stupid mess of your own making? But bishop f5 and bishop b5, bishop f5, you have to see that the knight c6 check
It's not working because of queen c6, yes.
And it's funny, the move rook d3 seems to be setting up for knight c6 check. That doesn't work.
We do have a move. In fact, Yasser, he's gone for bishop f5.
Bishop f5.
It would be my first choice as well.
Agreed.
If I may say so myself. Especially easier to say once he's made the move.
Well, not only that, but I suspect he actually saw bishop b5. And he said, you know what? The position after bishop f5 is so good. I like the fact that white has a pawn on b5.
Yeah.
I like the fact that there's no knight b5 or rook
Right.
b6.
You kind of like that pawn on b5 because it works for you. It's working for black. It's almost like
A
that
shield.
pawn is better than not being there, even if it means you're a pawn off.
That's right. It's a shield that's
Right.
helping protect. So bishop f5, and then,
Fabiano's played rook
however
e3.
reluctantly or gleefully, he went back with his rook e3, and Veselin, with 16 minutes versus 19 minutes, is looking very, very good in this game. Let's switch over to the
Let's switch
Hikaru and see where things evolve from. When we left it, it was just this move g6, rook d4. He's got to one day pick up this pawn on d4. It's going to be meaningful. Knight b4, queen d2, trading off, and that's it.
This position.
Okay. Well, my first thought is, I've got two great outposts in my mind. I've got the d5, so I can go knight c3 and knight d5, or I got knight b2 and knight c4. So I could have a knight on d5, or I could have a knight on c4, and then I'm going to push my pawns, a4, b4, and so on.
I'm wondering, Yasser, if white is also in some way setting up for this h-file idea, and maybe black has to be just a tiny bit careful about not allowing queen to h6 and the rook to h4
Sure.
at some point now.
That is the one thing you definitely do not want to allow.
Because we do not have the f8 square, you know, to be able to defend it. And
Well, let's start with
Knight
the
C3.
natural move,
Yeah,
knight c3.
I would agree.
Because you're ready now to go b4 and a4 and get those doggies moving, right?
so yes.
And you cannot take with the queen,
the
because
queen.
there's an e2 gotcha. So rook takes his box, and let's go ahead and play
b4.
b4.
So
And you were mentioning
I want to get my
rook
queen or rook h4 or
h4.
queen d2, whichever way, but let's start with rook h4.
Well, it's going to be a sharp line.
Going to be interesting to watch how this pans out, because suddenly white does have some ideas along the king side. Let's see what they come up with. We've got a quick update from Grandmaster Cristian on what's going on in New York.
Thanks, guys. This will be our last update for today from the World Championship game, because the game has ended in a draw. Let's see how Magnus Carlsen tried to squeeze a win, but he didn't manage to do it. In this position, he played knight to c5, attacking the b7 pawn. Now black has to defend. He cannot go king c7, because the discovery check with knight e6 would finish the game. He played b6, knight to a6, knights on the rim. We know they're not very good, but in this case he's ready to jump back to b4 and then to c6 to deliver a check. Black safely defends the b4 square with bishop e7. Now Magnus tries to go knight b8, again the same idea with knight c6. The a7 pawn has to be defended somehow. So black played a5. Now white played knight c6, black played king e8, and just a few more moves and the game has ended in a draw. White soon understood that he has to exchange the rooks, and the players shook their hands. The first game, a draw, nothing unexpected. Nobody took any risks. So that was it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Cristian.
Cristian. So the Trompovsky opening round game has ended in a draw.
A 42-move draw in the first round of the World Chess Championship in New York. And quite interesting what Cristian said, that it is normal that the first game you don't see too much risk being taken because, you know, the players are still feeling their nerves. They want to settle in.
Right.
Yeah, and the way the game went, I think it was a fair result.
True, but a lot of things I don't like about the game from Magnus's point of view. So normally speaking, in a match, the first game, as you say, can be quite tepid. It's a feeling out process. But what's very important in match play is for me to know what your A defense game is going to be. So if I play D4 and you play knight F6, I'm going to play C4 and I'm going to find out, are you going to play the King's Indian? Are you playing Grunfeld? Are you playing Nimzo? And I want you to reveal what your plans are. Are you going to play Queen's Indian? And I may play something soft against it, and then I'm going to come back in game 3 with something very well prepared, okay? So he didn't gain any information today.
Yeah.
The Trompovsky didn't produce,
That's very
didn't show me
interesting.
what your A game is. And by the way, it would be very remiss of me, Rex would berate me if I didn't say, in 1886, the first World Championship match, Steinitz versus Sukertort, was played in New York City,
Wow.
St. Louis, and New Orleans.
Oh, nice.
So the World Championship started in St. Louis. And,
You know, talking about
United
what you said about that's
play.
pretty cool actually, about match play and trying to find out the preparation. Correct me if I'm wrong, but what I can remember is the game with the World Championship between Kasparov and Vishy, when there was this, was it the Open in the Ruy Lopez?
Open Ruy Lopez.
And it
Perfect
seemed-
example.
Yeah, and Vishy revealed his preparation, and in fact, Kasparov did not get anything.
Exactly.
And then he knew, and then they prepared, and I think it was, he came back in game 5, which completely demolished Vishy's preparation. I don't know which game number it was.
They actually, if I've got it right, there was 7 draws. Vishy won, broke through. He was leading the match 1-0.
Right.
And then Gary came and uncorked this unbelievable novelty
In
game
the
9,
Open, right? And the Ruy Lopez Open, yes.
and
because
tied the match
Yeah,
and
because it was-
reversed the momentum.
it's so important to have this preparation being revealed. And
Absolutely.
I'm wondering, playing D4, Bishop G5, is Trompovsky what he's looking at playing in the World Championship, or was it just the first round? But we're going to find that out. Let's go back to what is going on here in
the
St.
showdown.
Louis.
So let's bring our games. Again, we have been highly critical, with good reason, for Fabi's play. He's wasted quite a number of moves. After the move Bishop F5, Rook E3, there's no immediate way of winning material, but we did really like the idea of Bishop takes C2, Knight takes C2, Queen
just
D5,
Queen D5.
and just creepy crawly and keeping the grip in the center. That was huge. Veselin, he's a player who loves his bishops. He's not going to give up a bishop very easily for a knight. He dropped back with Bishop G6, Rook E1, Rook D8, transferring and looking
So now
back
he's
down.
threatening probably Bishop C2 and take on D2.
Exactly, and we've seen the move D2, D3 by Fabi.
Right.
And we're up to date with the players. I still like what Veselin's doing very much.
No, I definitely like Veselin's position, and Fabiano has to defend this accurately. But right now we've got a caller with us. So, hi, tell us where you're calling from and who you are.
Hi everyone, I'm Varun. I'm calling from India.
Hi, Varun.
Hi, I'm a really big fan of Yasser, so I've been following all of his videos on YouTube, on all of his chess lectures, and I'd like to appreciate that they're really, really helpful.
Thank you.
So my question is, there are 2 questions that I have. One is regarding age in chess. So some while back, you guys were talking about how chess is getting younger and younger. But I wanted to ask regarding the other side, wherein what if somebody starting in at the age of, say, twice the age of what Yasser started at 12? So somebody starting at around 24 and wants to become a grandmaster, is it an impossible job, or what would it take for someone to be able to accomplish that? Because in most of the articles that we read, people are like generally saying that that is close to impossible. So what is the role of age when it comes to chess as one grows older? The other question is, do you really think is it possible for someone to reach 3,000 yellow in chess? I mean, a human.
Oh, boy.
Very
Well,
interesting.
thank you
Thanks,
for your
Warren, for
two
your
questions.
question.
So the first question was,
The age.
if you miss your window of opportunity to start chess from 6 to 12, how bad is it? You start at 20, you start at 30. Are you limited? Can you break through to becoming a very good player? Yes or no?
Honestly, I mean, it does help the younger you are and you start playing chess. If you're, I think it does make some difference because it's just easier when you start young. You've got more motivation, more time to work on the game. But yeah, it comes down to how much work you put. At whatever age it is, chess is a lot about the hard work you put into it and how much you understand the game. It's going to be tough. It's not going to be easy, but it's even tough when you start younger. It does help the younger you are, but if you're at 20, you decide you want to become a grandmaster and you're able to put in the kind of time, dedication, and work, why not?
Exactly. For me, it's the same answer. It's a question of being able to devote oneself. When you're really young, young boy or young girl, mom and dad takes care of everything, the bills and whatnot. As you get to be 20 and 30, you have a life, family, job. You're worried about security, things like that. It's very hard to devote yourself to the study of game in an appropriate fashion. So I'm saying that yes, 20 or 30 doesn't matter. It's not, age isn't the hindrance. It's your ability to devote yourself to the sport.
Absolutely. Well, let's quickly go back to
Alejandro.
Let's
obviously you
ask
agree
you.
with us.
Well, the optimistic side of the room over there throwing weird moves and I agree,
And weird answers.
I agree that if you're able to
Inside,
dedicate
it's
yourself 8 to 10 hours a day to study chess and nothing but chess, then you have a good chance that even doesn't matter when you start, you'll make it to GM. Even then, it's a little tough because you have had so many years that you haven't been playing chess and you haven't been breathing chess. One of the reasons, as you mentioned, Yasser, that so many grandmasters are younger and younger is that they have that possibility of dedicating their entire lives to chess. Their parents take care of pretty much everything. Many of them are homeschooled. We see that all of the top juniors here in the U.S. don't go to the traditional schooling system to dedicate more time to the game. Realistically, if you're 20 and you have a job and you go to school and you're doing chess less than part-time, you're dedicating a few hours a week, you're not going to become a GM. It's just not going to happen. To become a grandmaster, it's a profession. You need to dedicate your life to it. People don't randomly become grandmasters. It's not about what age you're starting out at. It's if you're going to consume your life towards this goal. If you do that, then it doesn't matter what age you start at. I think that even at a later age, you're able to do it. The problem is that there's a lot of limits that life puts to certain people depending on when they start. If you're 20, you have other responsibilities and you're not being consumed entirely by chess, it's tough to get up there where you need to be. Chess is a game that requires an immense amount of resources when it comes to dedication, to time, and even to travel. So it's tough. It's really, really tough when you're a 20-year-old chess player trying to become a grandmaster. Now, there are prodigies that don't discover chess until much later. Even 12 is considered to be extremely late by today's age. And because of how much competition there is out there, it's difficult for them to really get to the invitation of tournaments that other players have. For example, if you have a 10-year-old international master from India who is incredibly appealing for a tournament organizer, where you can get norms and where you can get publicity, where you can maybe meet coaches, it's very different than if you're a 12-year-old that just started playing chess.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So
Along
it is
with that
definitely
answer,
tough.
it really
Not
is
impossible,
about
but it does
opportunity.
get tougher. So
You need the theory, the work, the training, but you also need the practice and opportunity.
And to be able to play. But things in Topalov and Caruana's game have
While we
really
were talking,
gotten very interesting. So let's see
take
what's happened.
a shot. So we were back these parts, d2, d3, knight d5 attacking the rook. That's fine. I was also looking once again at this move, rook d5. I don't know why I find this move to be particularly attractive, but never mind, that didn't happen. Knight d5, rook takes, pawn takes. Topalov saw an opportunity to grab a pawn. Who can blame him? Bishop takes d3. It looks all but decisive. Black is about ready to follow up with a move e5, e4, and score sheets could be signed if there were score sheets. But check this out. Knight takes e5, giving the bishop on c2, pardon me, giving the knight on c2 away for the bishop, but there's a fork. Knight f7, attacking, and queen
to g6.
Whoa, queen to g6.
Deja vu.
Once again.
Queen g3 and queen g6.
I mean, this is a man who loves his
The
attack.
queen on g file.
Yes, the queen on g file. Okay, first of all,
Wow,
let's try to understand why every club player in America would consider queen f6 more or less forced, and I suppose that Topalov felt that after something like trades, these minor pieces are a little bit discordant.
Misplaced.
I still like the two pieces, but he did make the shocking move or surprising
really
move,
like
queen
queen
g6.
g6.
Do you really?
I mean, if it is, if it's working.
If it's working, well said.
So,
well said.
So knight d8, he has to take, of course.
Of course, and he did.
And knight f4, I suppose.
Yes, it looks like knight f4 is on the board. G2, G3. So at the moment,
Also forced.
It's an exchange because there was a straight threat of checkmate. Knight grabs this pawn, H3 with check. By the way, notice that in the last two moves, there's a lot of weak light squares on the king side. Thank you, G3. Thank you, axing away the pawn on H3. So in Topalov's mind, he's got an image of the bishop coming to e4, the knight.
So many checkmate patterns come into your head.
Oh, by the way, just f2 is hanging, and he's got queen f6. It looks like Topalov's played this really well. Looks like it's dead. Fabi's dead. Alejandro, did we get it or not?
Well, Topalov has played this very badly.
No!
This actually seems like it was a little too enthusiastic. I think the key difference between this sacrifice and the one that we saw in the very first game is that in the first one, White had more material and, Fabiano had more material and no counterplay. In this case, actually, White's counterplay is there. For example, if he decides to put the king on h2, which is by far the best square, and you want it to take on f2, right, Yasser?
Yes.
Absolutely. Now, the computer wants to play knight e6, which is, to me, is a little strange, but I'm going to play a more human move, at least more human in my eyes. Knight c6 check.
Okay.
You have to take that.
Absolutely.
And then b6.
Ah.
And suddenly, it's both sides that are getting mated. Yes, the position is still very complicated. I can see that Fabiano actually did not play the move king h2, which was recommended by the computer. It would have still been a very crazy position. Instead, he played the move king g2, and the game's still very, very weird. The knight can go to g5. He can give a check on f4. Even the move bishop e4 check can be considered. Of course, I cannot take on h3 because of queen h5 checkmate, but I can take on e4, and after king takes h3, I'm not really sure that I'm going to get mated. It might end up in some kind of drawish queen endgame if, for example, I take, and somehow this queen picks up this knight via checks.
Check on h1 and d1?
Yeah, something like this. And king h3, you take the knight, I take your pawn. Seems pretty drawish to me, equal amount of pawns, which is definitely not where Topalov wanted to be. He had a huge advantage that was completely clear. So right now, after the move
King G2,
it's up to Topalov to try to find something concrete. He could go, as I said, back to f4, but after King G1, again, how do you continue in this position? It's not so clear. White does have some threats. For example, I can't just go Queen H6, for example. Notice the Knight C6 check, Rook E8. It's White that's mating black. So he has to be very careful where he puts all the pieces. The move, for example, Queen H5, seems like it's threatening a bunch of things, but when you analyze it, it doesn't actually have a threat. I can even go knight e6 in this position, bring the knight back. Black is still down the exchange. He has to be very careful in this position. So it seems like Topalov was just over-enthusiastic with this idea of queen g6 in this case, mainly because he doesn't have enough pieces to create as many threats, and because in many scenarios his king is going to be also in danger, that if for some reason there's a tactical opportunity to bring the rook to the last rank, that would spell doom to the king.
Wow, talk about counterintuitive. Boy, our mojo is not working. I really like Black's position. I like the two pieces. I like the two pieces against the rook. I would have played queen f6 and taken the two pieces, but this position just has the feel.
Caruana's walking around after a long time, probably the first time in this game.
Yes. Okay, so Alejandro was mentioning that you don't want to allow knight e6. So knight f4 check, king g1, bishop back to e5 kind of feels like a natural line of play. It's hard to say. Just trying to grab some light squares. There's queen a4, and I'm just not 100% certain my pieces on bishop on e4. I'd rather have if the knight were on f3, now we're talking, right?
Yeah.
The knight just doesn't feel right on the square f4. So maybe we should just start with knight g5. The nice part about knight g5, by the way, is it does
have a threat, which is bishop e4 and...
Right. This is the idea. Absolutely. You're right, Tanya. I want to play bishop e4, but the nice part was I was trying to dominate the knight on e6 simultaneously. So knight g5 feels like a good starter move. Now, Alejandro had mentioned a move knight c6 check with this tricky follow-up b6. I don't think that's on at this moment. I could be wrong. Is that still working, Alejandro?
The idea of knight c6 check and b6 perhaps not entirely, but there seems to be no reason to sacrifice material just yet when I can easily attack your c7 pawn here. And I'm not actually sure how you defend it easily. You can play b6, but you're always going to be worried about knight c6 check in the future. I cannot play it immediately because queen takes c6. But if I just play something like queen a6, knight c6 is something you're really, really careful of. You're mentioning that bishop e4 is a threat. Okay, maybe, but after king f1, I'm not so sure what the follow-up is. Again, queen h5 looks very dangerous, but once I force you to eliminate the bishop, all you're going to have is a perpetual with these two pieces. There's no way you're going to get more than that. You're still down the exchange. After rook e7, for example, something like queen d6 even loses the game because knight c6, again, the tricks of the rook coming to e8 is absolutely devastating. So rook e7 is completely fine for white in this position. You can play bishop e4 check or b6 first. It doesn't really matter. But white isn't under any immediate threat. It just looks like he is.
And so what happens, Alejandro, after bishop e4 check?
Absolutely, king f1.
King f1, queen d6 now?
I assume the same thing, right? I don't see the difference. And you're getting mated.
I have to take.
Yeah, be very, very careful. Don't get mated.
Queen e7?
Don't get mated. I mean, I'm warning you not to get mated.
That I'm getting mated.
Right, and we can't defend against b6, queen a6, yeah?
That's it. So that's pretty much all she wrote. Bishop e4, check, king f1. You cannot play queen d6. You can either perpetual me or play b6. Those are the only two options not to lose already for black.
Wow.
Wow. So black has to now find a perpetual or
allow the perpetual.
Yes,
yeah.
or allow one.
And now let's let Topalov think for a little bit. Let's switch over to the other game because that one looks a little crazy. We left it off here around queen takes d3, deciding which place the knight here should anchor, whether it was c4 or c3. Vishy decided, okay, I'm going to put it on c3. Rook takes d4, as you mentioned, Yasser, box. b4, queen d2, and Tanya, he's going exactly for your plan. The queen goes to h6, some kind of checkmate on the h file seems to be white's only plan, and we're not exaggerating on that. h5, h3 was played, maybe with the idea of g4 at some point. Queen d8, preventing the rook from transferring, and look at white's moves. Rook f1, king h7, rook f6, knight d5, attacking the rook. Hikaru didn't care. Queen g5, letting it go, hoping that after knight takes f6, pawn takes f6, there's going to be some ideas of g4 or even rook h4, trying to exploit the problems on the dark squares around the king. that was not what happened. Instead, after queen g5, queen g8 was the correct move by Vishy Anand. Notice that the rook here on f6 is not immediately threatening anything. You could play, for example, rook h4 with the devilish threat of taking my pawn on h5 and mating me on h6. But the whole point is that after queen g7, here, there are no more threats.
Wow.
Once the queen lands on g7, and I don't take your rook, notice how important it was not to take the rook on f6, because the pawn on f6 would be taking away this square from my queen. Suddenly, that's it. The pawns are going to roll down the board, and since there are no threats in this position, that's it. For example, if I play
Now you just take on
g4,
f6 and
I can
queen
take,
h6.
take
And
queen h6.
We've got a result on our other board, so we're going to come back to this. It looks very, very tough for Hikaru. So we've got
essentially
a perpetual.
Yes. It was, and it really, sometimes you just get stunned when, you know, all your instincts, your base instincts, your experience has told you, look, I've got to have so many threats with the light square bishop, the knight, this queen. And the reality was, Veselin walked into a dead end.
Yeah,
he had
he
a
did.
big, big advantage, and he just...
Queen g6 looked really pretty, and it looked like it was going to be very dangerous for White's king, but it just...
As you said, you loved the move.
I did.
Provided it worked.
It worked.
But if it didn't work...
Yeah, but...
Then it was a
It
big
an
miss.
interesting try, but it did not work indeed.
And now back to
this game with queen g8, queen g7. What a fantastic defensive resource by Vishy. And it's really interesting to see that after rook h4, he does not have time to play g4. That is a very important point, because you go rook h4 here, threatening rook h5, black
And
must go queen g7, and you just don't have time for g4 and breaking anything because of knight f6 now and queen h6. So your
And
queen is a fantastic defender now.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So
just takes
you
and
just
queen
take. And it's over.
Yeah.
Wow. One of the things we talk about, the differences of the generations and what I've witnessed or seen in the world of chess is the remarkable defensive play of the world's top grandmasters today. And this is very, very nice defensive play. This whole h5, king h7, queen g8, queen g7 idea by Vishy. And he's one of the few elderly players, along with the Vladimir Kramnik, Boris Gelfand, that play this highly refined defensive chess that is a showpiece of the world's top players.
Right, and it's also interesting to note, Yasser, that their lifetime score is heavily in favor of Hikaru, in fact.
Yeah, that's one of the big surprises.
Yeah.
They're very similar in rating, and yet...
In rating, and 1:7 in favor of Hikaru in classical format, so...
This is what Viktor Korchnoi always said, beat them while they're young. Vishy's problem with Hikaru is he didn't beat him enough when he was young, and in fact, the reverse is happening. Now Hikaru has this big score against Vishy, and Vishy's looking very good at this moment because
fantastic defense by Vishy.
Look at those connected passers on the queen side.
No, if White doesn't deliver checkmate, I mean, it's
over.
Black is winning.
That's exactly. Queen h4. Am I seeing that move right? So he did not play the move rook h4. He went queen h4. Well, it looks to me like this is just, it's all gone wrong here. Hikaru is chasing a phantom. And
what is, I don't even see a threat right now.
Exactly. I'm thinking if White were to get two moves, with g4 and g takes h5, g5 still shuts down.
Exactly.
So I'm not seeing where he's going, but
with queen h4. But then what was the alternative? I mean, rook h4 doesn't work.
Doesn't
it loses
work
in two moves
after
much.
queen g7.
And
after queen h4, what has happened? Do we have a move?
Right now, yeah, he's just taken the rook on f6 actually, and which is what I was wondering, why not? Knight f6, ef6, and now if I just push my pawns on the queen side, I mean, where's your checkmate?
Understood.
Do you want to go queen g5, bishop f4 maybe? But then I've always got queen f8. So you don't have time to go queen g5, rook h4, and bishop f4. It's too much, yeah.
You can't have it all.
I can't have it all. So he's gone b3. He's going for it.
But I'm just wondering, I like this knight on d5 very much because with the knight on d5, the bishop on d6 is pretty, but does nothing. I think I would have just gone b3 and just waited for g4 before making that decision. That being the case, he did take on the rook, and he has played b3. And what has happened now? Hikaru having to deal with these
Yeah, so we do
runaway
have a move
passers.
from Hikaru. He played bishop e5 here.
And that was one reason why I would have delayed capturing the rook, because again, the bishop's basically trapped on d6. It's now, well, it's got a potential of making a blockade.
I think Vishy played we've got a move from Vishy. He's gone queen f8. I really like that. I mean, he's just attacking the c5 pawn now, and
He's looking to
at
be
both-
both
yeah, exactly.
defensive and
So,
offensive.
I don't know, because he's got bishop d6 and bishop f4, so
It looks very.
probably bishop
I
d6
mean,
I can
okay,
go b2, yeah.
Black's winning. The only question is, in what style would he like to win? I don't think I would have captured the rook on f6, but we have a guest
Yes.
with us in our studio.
Let's go straight to Veselin Topalov.
Veselin, it seemed like you had the advantage. He played some dubious rook moves, and it seems like this move, bishop f5, was punishing it.
Well, for sure it was, but of course I just realized I also had another move. Just taking the pawn on b5 was probably even stronger. I think bishop f5 was pretty good, but then I somehow missed an easy move knight that he could. I thought I was completely winning, and then missed some complication, and then eventually last position I believe is a draw.
Yeah, it actually, the engines were saying it was a draw everywhere. This move, queen g6, was actually very similar to that queen g3 you played against him earlier. Did that thought cross your mind?
No, not really. No, simply, I thought it was good for black. I didn't know if I was better winning, but when I missed the move knight f7, I thought this was my best chance.
And you missed the fork on f7,
Exactly,
complicating matters.
exactly, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
Otherwise, I believe I had a huge advantage, or not.
Oh yeah, the computers were saying almost winning for
Of
black before
course.
going into the
To that
into the simplification.
complication.
That's correct. Yeah. Well, overall, it seems like not the best day. Starting with a really tough blunder on the game in the morning, but you were out playing Fabiano Caruana. Do you feel like at least you're playing a little better?
I kind of played normal moves. I believe it was a complex position, and then I played solid moves, maybe not always the best ones, but always kept control. And then he tried to attack me, which proved to be dubious, and then had to switch and to play all these rook moves, just wasting time. But in general, I believe black was already fine after the opening.
Yeah, a tough game for both players, but it seems that Fabiano gets the lucky part of today's game.
Well, definitely, yeah, because somehow the way he played, I guess he deserved to lose. But well, you know, finally I couldn't find the winning moves, and so draw is okay.
Do you think that he's taking more risks because of the time control?
I guess we are all playing some not strange openings, but some openings that with the idea to surprise our opponents, because 1 hour is not 7 hours. I mean, it's 2-hour game is not 7-hour game. So if you have some good preparation with some tricks, it's a good try.
It seems that it didn't work out for Fabiano. You were either well prepared or you just figured out on the board.
No, I remembered that more or less what I had to do, because he already did this line against Vishy, and it was a nice trick that he won a piece after the opening. And I knew that, I think I knew that knight e7 was kind of equalizing, but not more. Because, okay, he plays so many lines, I didn't really expect him to play exactly this line.
Absolutely. Many more games to come, so good luck to those, Veselin, and thanks for joining us here at the studio.
Veselin, I have a question for you before we let you go. After what happened today morning with a game like that, how do you, because you have a second game to play, you do not have an entire day to get over it. How do you, what is it that you do to get back?
How do you recover?
How do you recover?
Well, the thing is, I guess it happens to everyone, and then there could be two explanations: are you jet lag or the age? You know, so I'm kind of losing memory. But I think it just happens. And one of my nightmares is that it never happened to me that in Spanish when you go at the opening, bishop b5, and black goes a6, then I always thought my nightmare is to castle. So what happened today was similar. Not exactly the same situation, but so instead of playing first, I started with the second move. Instead of going queen a5 and then bishop f5, I started with bishop a5 immediately, which is losing.
So you just don't think about it after it's
Well,
done?
I mean, okay.
It is what it is.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you, Veselin. And let's take a look at how this game is finishing up.
Absolutely. So 2 connected pass pawns for Vishy Anand.
Looking unstoppable.
Unstoppable. All he has to do is make sure he doesn't, tragically blunder his king side somehow, some way.
But I don't even see, where is White's
Well, White is
attack at
trying.
all? He's just trying to...
It now looks like Hikaru has abandoned his attack
and just
in
trying
hopes
to
of
save
blockade.
the pawns from
Queening
marching.
right away. And we saw this move, queen b4, which is obviously a defensive idea. Queen
Hikaru
e8.
is down to 50 seconds, Yasser.
Ooh.
Vishy still has 4 minutes on his clock.
And bishop b2. And so, oh my gosh, what's this? Isn't there a g2 pawn that needs our attention?
The g2 pawn.
Queen.
All over the board.
Queen e2, rook d4. Well, let's take a look at this. This looks very crunchy. I think I would start with queen e4, but queen e2 must be winning. Rook d5, what else? Otherwise, there was just a mate.
Rook d5, yeah.
And now I have a choice. Which piece to grab? I am assuming that Hikaru is banking.
But even queen e8 here, it's a rook f8 or
yeah,
queen e8 or
something
anything,
like this. He's banking that maybe his c6 pawn is giving him counterplay. Nobody believes him. This looks completely winning.
Lost.
Yeah, and I'm sure Vishy has a better move than queen e2. Queen e4 looks good enough, and there's the Hikaru look away of where did it all go wrong, because it has gone
suddenly
wrong.
Went very, very wrong for
Well,
Hikaru.
keep an eye on the webcam as we have our 2016 U.S. champion in studio, Fabi, with Alejandro.
Fabi, you took some risks today. Yeah, it seemed to backfire pretty badly.
Yeah. I wouldn't say I took risks, I just played really badly. Okay, the opening didn't work out. I don't know where I went wrong, but he got a very comfortable position, and I just started making absurd moves, like rook a3, with the idea to sack the exchange and realizing that it doesn't work. Then back to e3, then back to d3.
No, the fact that you survived here, and I think that Hikaru has resigned his game against Vishy Anand.
Reaching our tournament leaders.
Exactly.
Yes, we do. So Hikaru, it's game over on their board, and Vishy has won that game. A very, very nice idea of queen g8, queen g7. Did it all.
Yeah.
A very, very interesting game. Go back to you guys.
So, you play some absurd moves. How do you recover?
Well, he went for a line which I guess he thought was winning, but it just isn't. Or maybe he missed knight takes e5. After that, I guess he can, instead of playing queen g6, he can play something like queen queen f6, knight d8, rook d8, queen d8, sorry. Queen d2, bishop g6, and I was thinking about like queen d4, picking up one of the pawns. I thought that I have pretty decent chances to hold.
Right. It seems like definitely compared to the position before these exchanges.
Yeah. I mean the position was nearly hopeless.
Queen g5
right.
here?
It was queen g5. Is rook e5, queen c1, king h2. Or there's moves like h4 after queen g5. I mean, it's maybe not rook e5.
Just h4 and then queen f5, right? Yeah, but
Yeah, it sounds complicated.
It's not
for sure.
so easy.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe queen d7 here is better, and then I can think about moves like rook d1 to try to get g7.
Even just queen a4, I think.
Or I could play queen a4, yeah.
And then try to hold that.
Yeah.
Probably still better for black, but from the disastrous positions.
Yeah, I was very happy.
Yes.
I was actually more worried that queen g6 would win on the spot, but I didn't see a win for him, and I really had no choice once he went for this line, so...
It makes sense.
Did you feel like you were having an echo of your first game against each other where he played Queen G3, went for dark squares, now he's playing Queen G6 and going for the light squares?
Yeah, it's similar. Here it actually isn't losing for him, but it doesn't give me many chances to go wrong. So, I mean, yeah, I was thinking that he might try to play on, but it's possible that for him to lose, because if he moves his queen to the wrong square, then I suddenly have knight c6, rook e8, mating. And, I mean, the only line I really considered was that king g2, bishop e4 in the end instead of knight f4. And then I'd probably just take on e4, queen e4, king h3, and I guess it's also a draw.
Yes, we were looking at this line, actually.
If h5, then king h2. So. Yeah, queen d8. I guess he could play this.
Well,
but I mean, yeah,
draw.
it's going to be a draw.
Absolutely.
And I didn't see anything else.
And we were looking at knight g5 as a possible plan of bishop
That's possible,
e4.
but can I just play rook e7? I thought
You can.
That
bishop,
was the...
Yeah, e4 and then king f1, probably.
Yeah.
And I would start thinking about how to win. Maybe like bishop d3, king. I'd try to find a safe square for my king, like king g1, knight f3, king g2, knight h4. I mean, he's already searching for a perpetual. And,
right.
And I might be able to escape the checks and win. So that was my small hope. Queen d6, can't
Knight
I?
Knight c6, right? This
Then
Knight
is
c6 is
down.
what
then
we
bishop
looked at.
c6.
And then
Pawn
takes
takes.
then c6.
Queen e7.
Queen b5?
Yeah. Yeah, king
Yeah.
c. King c8 is still mate. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's mate. That's an important line, I guess.
It is pretty important, yes.
Didn't see that.
Don't say that. We're extolling the calculating abilities of today's grandmasters, Fabi. So you have to say yes. And there's
I saw everything.
5 more moves here that I was looking at.
Well, to be fair, it was your calculating ability that really got you out of trouble here in today's game, trying to set up some kind of trap that we pretty much fell into.
I mean, when I played after rook d8, I just had no choice. Everything's falling apart. I had to play d3, and I thought there's so many better ways for him than to go for these. I mean, I didn't really calculate it all the way, but I thought, I mean, what else can I do? And if he goes for it and it ends up being winning in a long line, then well, it happens.
They didn't really work out for you, but you played 2 openings today that are, for your repertoire, quite offbeat, something that perhaps you would use in a blitz game. But do you think you're going to be showing us more interesting chess?
Probably. Maybe not good chess, but it should be interesting.
Well, thanks, Fabi, for joining us here at the studio, and good luck. Hopefully there's many, many more rounds here in the Champions Showdown.
Thanks.
Thank you, Fabi.
Thanks, Fabi. So
Well, we just had experienced an amazing turnaround between Hikaru and Nakamura. How does that shake up our leaderboard?
Let's take a look, Yasser. So we've got a new leader after this round. Viswanathan Anand leads with 2.5. We've got Hikaru and Veselin Topalov on 2 points, and then Fabiano at 1.5. So a new leader after today, day 2.
Exactly.
And in fact, we've got him with us, with Alejandro. Let's go straight to them.
Well, Vishy, nice game here today. It seemed a little shaky from the opening, though.
Yes. I don't know why I decided to play b5. I mean, I'd also prepared b6 and he had checked this as well, but somehow I began to have doubts. He was heading straight for this line. So I thought I'll try and close up with b5.
You were channeling Yasser. He said, I think he should play b5. And as soon as he finished saying that, boom, you played b5.
Have you seen what Larry does to him? No, but I mean, the thing with b5 is very passive, but after queen d7, I want to play rook a7, rook c7, queen f5, rook c7, and I thought I have a kind of fortress. Hikaru disagreed strongly, to put it mildly, but he then got attracted to f4. I don't know if I should take on f3, but I didn't want to be passive on both flanks.
Right.
So I took on f3, and he could take with the rook, actually.
Yeah.
This is quite playable.
The computer style rook takes f3 was quite strong, even just threatening to take on f6 the very next move.
Yeah, actually, and then e4 and d4 and knight f1, and this kind of idea starts to come, or even take the knight
And
via
f3.
g3 to f4.
Yeah.
You know, so it's quite pleasant, but I don't know what I would have done exactly.
Now, 94, were you just tempting him at this point? I was very curious on what you were going to do.
No, I thought I had to do
D3.
this because if I play instead of knight, what do I play instead of knight e4?
I think the computers were suggesting just queen b7 and try to untangle.
And then I didn't like knight g5.
Knight g5 in this position. I'm assuming if I go knight bd7, you have
e4.
e4. Yeah, this also doesn't look very nice.
And no, I mean, maybe I can play h6 and I'm fine or something, but you kind of hesitate to play such moves. And then if knight e4, rook e4 instead of h6.
Knight e4, sorry, Vish.
Yeah, then takes. And then this bishop comes to d6, that bishop comes to d3. It's kind of unpleasant. Excuse me.
Definitely.
This, I think, is great for white with the pawn. I mean, even rook a2, f2 is coming. I wouldn't want to play this.
So understandably, you decided to not go for this. Instead, put the knight on e4 immediately. And we were wondering what you were going to play after knight e4, bishop d3.
If I'd seen it, I would tell you. I hadn't really noticed this more. I mean, I was also kind of only looking at knight e5.
Okay.
But
knight e5 must have come as a relief to you, Vishy, because giving up the exchange makes 3 results possible.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, actually my original idea was to take on e2 and then play queen e8.
We were actually surprised that you took on a4.
I know, I mean,
decision.
yeah, well, knight e2, queen e8, and then say, but, you know, I always have to watch out for ab5, cb5 at some appropriate moment. Right. It's kind of in the air all the time, and I didn't like that. The advantage of knight a4, I mean, I understand knight a4 is the kind of move that then gets published as a miniature somewhere. But I understood that at least I've solved all problems on that side. And I'm playing queen e8, bishop e6, knight d7. What's your? So he's got to have something forced.
Exactly, and actually we were.
And I like that that I'm forcing him to do something.
We were talking about that during the broadcast.
In fact, I don't even know if I need to play d4. So e4,
we thought the move bishop d3 was a mistake.
Yeah, just a bad
Well, that's
mistake.
possible, but he actually had a very sophisticated idea to put the bishop on d6 and fix my knight on a4.
Right.
But I mean, after bishop d3, I could play g6 as well.
Yeah, we were looking
because
at,
if he played ed, I'm going to play cd, and then he could play bishop d3. So I'm just reversing the order.
And you have to play g6 in that position.
I don't know. I mean, later on, I thought maybe h6 was better, but no.
Bishop takes h6.
It's over.
It's over.
Oh,
Rook
thank
a3.
God.
Rook a3.
No, not there. I mean here, sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
After bishop d3, h6. Sorry, bishop d3, h6. Oh, even here, ed, cd, bishop h6, g6, rook a3.
Yes.
And then you move your bishop, and then you play rook g3, and it's over.
You played bishop h7, rook g3, and then you don't have enough pieces defending your king.
Oh, that's a relief. No, when I played g6, I thought, because he had all these ideas of queen d2, rook h4, queen h6.
Exactly.
I thought maybe I would go back home and realize that h6 was a good move, but apparently not.
No, d4 actually we thought was a fantastic move, and we didn't really understand the idea. We got that the bishop got to d6, but it seemed too slow compared to what the position really demanded, and this
I mean,
idea
I was shocked by bishop d3, to be honest. I expected ed, cd.
Right, of course.
Like I said, after bishop d3, g6, I'm going to ask him why he didn't take on the previous move.
Right.
So I don't see what he gains from this. But then in the end, d4 was just too tempting. And then he got in this e6 and bishop d4. But I think with a5, knight b4, I mean, there are some dangerous moments for me. I have to watch out for queen h6, rook h4, these ideas.
Absolutely.
But it seems that I'm in time.
And
I have h5, king h7, queen h8, queen g7 like I did in the game. I have queen d8 takes h4 and some lines.
Yes.
And then I use the 2 knights and the pawn mass. So I was
we were stirred by your a5 concept and bringing the knight into the game via b4. We thought that was a really sterling defense. And that was when things really turned out.
I thought he could play rook takes a4.
We thought it was, it was necessary.
Queen a4, knight a6, queen takes d4, knight b4, and then bishop b1, bishop d6. And it's very difficult to move that a pawn. Because my knight is on b4.
It does
so
seem
I thought
like it's bailing
like
out some kind of problems, but it would be black that's playing for the win, I think.
Yes, no, white is already bailing out.
Yes.
Because in the game, I mean, maybe he has some way to attack, which I didn't see, but if not, he's lost.
Yes.
Because the pawns will just crawl down. So.
And it's exactly what happened. Very nice defense there on the king side, and that was pretty much where it didn't matter how many pieces he threw at you, he just didn't have enough.
Sure.
This is a very nice defensive idea.
I thought he had to do. I thought he didn't have time for h3. I thought he had to be much faster. I thought he had to go rook f1, rook f6. Well, everything he did in the game, but I thought h3 was a crucial tempo, because I mean, I can't tell you a specific line, but I just saw, you know, lines flash all over your head with rook h4, rook f6, queen g5, all sorts of stuff. But maybe he's not in time anyway.
Yeah, even though, yes, looking at it, h3 does look like a strange move.
It's logical in a way, if you can play king h2 and rook h4 and you have g4 ready somewhere. But as it turned out, it's too slow. g4 is never the threat when I'm bringing the queen to h6. And it's one move faster with my pawns. So. I mean, I'll have to check, but I was trying to defend very carefully, but I didn't see a specific move that bothered me.
It seems there were two moments where he needed to play very quickly. ed5 was a moment followed by bishop d3, where he paused with bishop d3, and h3 as well. So there were two key moments. He played the position too slowly, which when immediate action was demanded.
And the only kind of thing I need to avoid is, I mean, there are some ideas where I can play a4, rook b4, a3, but then his bishop comes to a1, and I didn't like that.
Okay.
But honestly, this is just winning. So.
Vishy, a quick question for you. I mean, it's kind of nice when your opponent's pieces are stymied. The bishop on d6 looks really good, but it's like, take a picture, it does nothing. And then the rook on f6.
The nice thing is my knight on d5 controls every square.
So I was a little bit disappointed, sorry to say, that you took the rook on f6 and didn't play b3. Why did you grab the rook so quickly?
Well, after b3, rook f2, I can't play a4, and I'm stuck temporarily.
So after b3, right.
Rook f2, and I thought that's why he played queen h4, so that the rook is defending a4.
I see.
So I needed to...
It's like annoying you.
I mean, maybe knight c3 wins, but I was not keen to keep bouncing back and forth. I thought knight f6, e6 was just clinching it, so I didn't see any need to worry.
You were right. You were right. I didn't realize the a4 square was protected. So.
Yeah, sure.
And then it's all...
No, obviously I didn't play knight f6 with too much pleasure, but I saw that the pawns are just rolling in, so...
a3 every sides.
I mean, I can play queen e2, yes, some rook d5, e5, but it's lost. But a3 is nice because I go queen e5, queen a1 and take, so...
Sorry, a3 is nice because you would play...
He goes bishop takes e3, a3, I go queen e5 check.
Yes.
Yeah, we can pull it up on the board.
Yes. And queen
after
a1.
king whatever, and then I go queen a1 check. And I pick up the bishop. So.
Yeah, nice.
Very
finish.
nice, very nice. Well, I know you were disappointed in the first round of today's play, but this one was very convincing. Well done.
Yeah,
and now
I'm not complaining,
leader.
but the first game, was ridiculous.
Yes. Well, you
Tournament
recovered
winner
nicely.
after 2 days, tournament leader at least. Feeling you're playing good chess?
Well, I hope it'll get better. I mean, it's at the very least, it's been uneven. I had quite good positions with white, so I should have been able to do a bit more. But, I mean, it's too early. It's 4 games out of, and there's 12 blitz and 6 rapids, so it's just...
Plenty of tournament to go, but so far, looking good. Thanks for joining us here at the studio, Vishy, and good luck tomorrow.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Vishy.
Thank you, Vishy. And
so two very, very entertaining games today.
we have. And, you know, the nice thing, Tanya, is like when you invite these players, you know that they really bring out their competitive spirits. You've been talking about recovery. You know, like you have setbacks and...
You've got to come back stronger and really quick in this format.
Exactly. What's on our agenda for tomorrow?
Let's take a look at what we've got waiting for us tomorrow. So the pairings for tomorrow, again, another classical day, our final one, in fact. We've got Vishy versus Topalov, 2 players who are playing actually very, very impressively here, I've got to say. So we're going to see them, their matchup tomorrow, and we're going to have... And there's going to be another game, Hikaru and Caruana.
Right, the All-American matchup.
The All-American matchup. So we're going to see how that goes. Another very important, interesting day coming up.
Exactly. And Alejandro, final thoughts, if you want.
I mean, it's funny to see that Vishy's relatively unpleased with his play, but I thought he was by far the best player of today, the most consistent. Yes, Hikaru was gifted earlier a game, but today it seemed like Vishy just outplayed him with black pieces very convincingly, even from a slightly worse position. I think today is just all about him and Fabiano surviving some very dubious positions.
Fabiano did get very lucky today, but you know what? Even I guess like yesterday was an unlucky day for him, and today it just averaged out. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens tomorrow. But I agree with Alejandro that Vishy's play today in both games, even though he was not able to convert the first one, it was quite impressive.
Well, right now it's a hot seat. You don't want to be the leader in the tournament because we had Topalov. Topalov was the leader. He loses. Hikaru was the leader. He loses. We'll see tomorrow whether or not that continues.
We're going to be back tomorrow, same time, same place. See you then.